What up? What up? Welcome to San Miguel TV, y'all. Happy Wednesday, September 3rd. Yes, sirs, ma'ams. All right, this is why I left the ICGJC. I'm gonna do this again. I've done it before. I'm gonna do it again. Let me see something here. Let me make sure everything is on point. And just want to set this up, man. You know, anybody can come in. I got the guest invite in the comment section. So y'all let me know. I think what I wanted to do was that. Nah, I don't want to do that. We don't need all that. But yeah, San Miguel TV in full effect. You know how it goes. I think best way to start off is showing some of my old videos. Pretty much, what is the ICGJC? Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. All right, that's what it is. What is an Israelite? Got to explain all of that. We're gonna go over all of that stuff. So first, let's go to the shared screen feature here, which again, anybody can come on. Let me make sure I can see all of your comments. Yeah, I think that's about it. If you guys can see the link there, it should be pinned. Let me see. Yeah, that should be pinned. So if anybody wants to come on, you already know. By all means. All right, now I think I want to share screen. Yep. Pretty cool video that I want to show you. That this is the Asbury Park Press. They did a really good job on this story. I love the quality of the video. The dialogue is good. It's not too much dialogue. Let me share the screen. Don't stop me from sharing my screen. See, these things are gonna act up today. Yes. All right. Yeah. There you go. Share that. So yeah, let's get this video started.
I'm standing outside
Yeah.
the federal courthouse in Newark, where earlier today, two men with a controversial church group pleaded not guilty to allegations that they conspired to defraud the United States by not paying taxes on money that was later used to fund lavish personal expenses of the group's leader, Jermaine Grant. Those expenses included purchases at stores like Gucci and Louis Vuitton. What is your comment on the charges you guys face?
Well, the charge you guys face? Well, the charges are false. I completely deny the charges and express my innocence. The government has been, for a long time now, the government of the United States of America has been having a practice of setting up blacks and Hispanics in this country and framing them and charging them. As any intelligent person knows, the grand jury process is completely unfair and biased towards the prosecutors. The prosecutor could get anybody charged. Okay, it was famously stated that you can charge a ham sandwich and get indicted.
About 100 followers circled around Grant as he spoke to reporters and later addressed the group.
This is Jermaine Grant. He's the leader of, or was the leader of the ICGJC, right? I was a part of this Hebrew Israelite group. I came in 2004 when I was just 20 years old, and I didn't mentally leave this place until just about 2015, just 10 years ago. You think that's a lot of time, but that's really doesn't feel like so much time removed from this place, because it took up so much of my life and at so many hours, minutes on a daily basis consistently took up so much of my time in my life that once I did leave that place, it was a little strange getting back to the normal ways of life. But yeah, that's Tazadakia is now deceased. And this was him in front of the courthouse in New Jersey, in Burlington, New Jersey. I don't think the courthouse is in Burlington, but Tazadakia, Jermaine Grant, was living in Burlington, New Jersey at the time. And he's now addressing his members. You see these members that are around him, clothed in these white and red and white and gold garments, or white and bronze, I also see there. And he's telling them, he's giving them a little pep talk before he has to go in and face justice. He was trying to make it seem as if because police have set up blacks and Hispanics in the past, or the government has set up, blacks and Hispanics in the past, as if that's such a common thing, then that means that whatever they're accusing me of must be false. As if the government and the police and the justice system doesn't try people legally, real criminals and real crooks, as if that never happens. So of course he's going to come out and say, well, you can't trust them. First of all, we can't trust you, dude. We can't trust a person like Tazadake, who showed no transparency ever with the finances that were distributed or not distributed amongst the members of this Israelite church. While he was still alive, he was just pretty much choking the all the fruits out of the tree, just taking everything for himself. It's the same thing in a dictatorship when the leader or somebody in an economy bottlenecks that economy pretty much and forces the money to just stream straight through them, and it doesn't go back into the community. It largely gets saved into their own pocket, and it doesn't go back. That's what happens with money that you don't use, that you don't put back in the economy. It just sits and it appreciates depending what you do with it. But the main thing you need to notice how you destroy an economy and how you keep the people poor and the leader rich is by all the influx of money that's coming in from the members is going straight directly to the head, the dictator or the cult leader, which behaves very much like a dictator in this small group that it was always a small group. Even amongst the Hebrew Israelite community, there weren't really big groups when you go back to 2004. If you want to go back to 2004, I don't think you can name an Israelite group that had more than 6,000, 10,000 members. You can name the House of David that broke off around 2003, 2002, 2001, maybe. I mean, there was always people falling out of these groups. That's the problem. Once you create a group to try to keep that cohesion and people, pretty much together and gathered together, not falling out, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of control and manipulation. And what better way to do this than by using the fear of God? That's something that this man, who is now deceased, the leader of the ICGJC, who I was a part of, who I was under, this is him here now having to face justice in front of a courthouse where he's telling his members that he might go to jail. He's thinking he's going to get locked up right then and there. He doesn't know what's going to happen. But what ended up happening was that he pleaded guilty to charges of defrauding the United States. He pled guilty and he was charged. He was sentenced 18 months in prison. Before he can serve the time, he died from the Roni. Can you do a video? All right, this is a question. Maya Stevenson. And here we got Farewell to the Flesh. Can you do a video one day about the cult of Zabak? He got destroyed by Vocab Malone. Vocab Malone has been destroying these guys. I saw Vocab Malone go out there, but I didn't see the whole video. I watched some of it and I said, this is perfect, because they were trying to ignore him. But the fact that he had a loudspeaker that was louder than theirs, that's what you do. Because what they're going to do when you go there and you try to have a conversation is they're going to drown you out. And you're not going to get no mic time. No mic time. They're going to go on and on and on for an hour. They're not going to address your question. They're not going to address it properly, even if they try. I went out there. If you want to go look up a video that I posted, I actually did a live about the video that was recorded of me when I was in Times Square. And I saw Zabak's camp out there. And I stepped to Zabak. I waited for an hour for them to even address my question. Then once I asked my question, I had to wait another like 30 to 40 minutes just to even get a response to what they said, their rebuttal. You know, that they don't let you put in a rebuttal. They just drown you out and they act like they got the W and shout and scream, oh, and then it's not a proper response. But of course, these people are illogical as hell. And you can tell by listen to the live that I did last week with that Hebrew Israelite dude. I mean, he's doing what's called a non sequitur. You know, he sees fringes. The Israelites used fringes. They wore fringes in the Bible. And then he sees Native Americans wear fringes. Now he makes a connection that Native Americans, therefore, are Israelites. Bad way of coming to a conclusion. You know, horrible way of coming to a conclusion by trying to say, you know, this is true because look at the connection. But it's like you're not really making the connection. You're not making the full, overpass, full connection. The bridge is under construction still, and the cars are falling off the goddamn ramp. You know, that's what's going on when you do a non sequitur. Non sequitur is when you make a false connection when there's nothing there. Let's look that up, because that's something I've been wanting to talk about there. We'll get back to Tazadaki and ICGJC. This is something that Hebrew Israelites do all the time. You know, the Bible says that Hebrew Israelites will go into slavery by way of ships. The transatlantic slavery took Africans, West Africans, by way of ships to bondage. Therefore, the Israelites must be the West Africans, Sub-Saharan Africans, African Americans, which come from Sub-Saharan Africans, which is a whole different type of people when compared to people in the Middle East or in the Levant. Completely different. And you can see the depictions of Nubians and people that would be considered ancient time Sub-Saharan, because Sub-Saharan is a new term. I mean, not that new, but yeah, we got Mayan Stevenson in the house. I see you, China. Let me get to your comment in a second. Let me address Mayan. He made it so that if you speak against him, you're speaking against the Holy Spirit. He claimed to have divine authority from God to leave himself unchallenged from scrutiny. Yeah, man, that's a common trick. You put yourself in the place of a God, and even more, you put yourself in the Bible. Like, like how much faith do some of y'all have in the Bible? Do people in this world have in the Bible, right? Great faith, So imagine if you try to, make someone believe that you are a prophecy and that you're in the Bible, you're fulfilling the words of the Bible. Man, you're gonna have their attention times 10. You're gonna have their total obedience, much more than their attention. They're gonna look at you like you're the closest thing to God on earth. So it's a very common trick. I mean, you try to make yourself seem like somebody more important than you really are. I mean, everybody does that to a certain level, but I mean, to say that you are the Holy Spirit is amazing in a bad way. I grew up in the ICGJC, says China. I mentally checked out a while ago, but just left last year. I can't get any of that time back. Man. Yeah, I was checking out a little bit before I got suspended, because they didn't put me out like forever. They suspended me temporarily because I missed 4 Sabbaths in a row. And the reason for that was because of my wife's she was dealing with a tough pregnancy at that time. And the way my schedule was and everything at the time, it was really hard for me to make it to every Saturday morning class. Sometimes I would have to work on Saturdays. And what also happened was I was still going there on Friday nights. I was fine, but sometimes during the day I couldn't make it, and I would make it after the high holy day or after the Sabbath day, and I would go do unit work. I would meet up with them after I got out of work, and they'll still be doing unit work till the wee hours of the night into Sunday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, whatever, morning. And then we go back and do it again. But yeah, that was 2009 December. It was right around Hanukkah. And I remember I paid all my dues, but at the same time, I wasn't paying for my wife. She wasn't paying some things because, like I said, she wasn't even really working, but they wanted her to pay for the high holy day and everything. And, she was having a rough pregnancy at that time. She was like 7 months pregnant or 6 months pregnant with my son. December, yeah, about 6 months pregnant with my son at that point. And my son was wild in the womb. He was doing backflips and all types of damn, tricks, all types of gymnastics. So, anyways, I was still a believer, even though I was kind of mentally like I didn't really want to be a captain. I didn't like being under Yashar. Yashar was my leader, if anybody knows. Whatever his rank is, Yashar, Tazadak is, Farnsworth, Bentley, babysitter. That's Yashar, Wahab, Abdul, whatever, Zubair. I know his government name, because I exposed him. I've looked him up, and it was easy to find all the dirt on you, Yashar, on that cat. Supposed to be a leader in the ICGJC, but he was actually doing all types of evil behind the scenes, even some underage child stuff, weird stuff. What about the cult of the Nation of Islam? They lied to the people. Oh yeah, for sure. Tiffany Marie says, was in there for 13 years. Best I made to leave. I can see a lot of things clearly. Yep, me too. Best decision I made too. Should have left a long time ago. Long time ago. So that username is crazy. China says, I came in at the age of 3. I'm 26 now. My family's still in there, and it sucks because we don't talk. You see what the cult does? This is what the ICGJC does, man. This is some of the things that they do. They will isolate you from people that don't agree with you by keeping you constantly busy in the work, so that way you don't really put too much time into anything else, and you get so accustomed to doing, what the church tells you to do without even really thinking, right? Kind of like how you just go to work sometimes and it's almost a robotic. It becomes robotic because you do it so often that you could do it with your eyes closed. Most jobs, if you've been there long enough, it becomes the same thing, and it becomes similar to a job that you've been at too long without any sign of progress or any sign of growth. You're stagnant in there, and they make it seem like you're growing because they'll throw you ranks. So it looks like something is happening, and it looks like you're becoming something and you're achieving something because they'll give you an award, and they'll have a graduation ceremony for you, a party or whatever, and they'll give you a smiley face on your homework at the Hebrew Academy, and that makes these guys feel good. They probably never got a smiley face on their homework before. So yeah, main thing that cults do, Mayan, is cults divide families. They isolate you. Even if you don't have a wife and kids, your mother, father, brother, whoever you live with, friends, they're going to start noticing immediately, because the fear that the cult puts in you makes you want to tell the world that something is about to happen. You want to yell it from a mountaintop. And it's a doomsday type of cult, doomsday cult, definitely, where they put fear in you by thinking that you have to get into the cult, come in and join us before something happens, because something is going to happen, and you better be ready, and you can't get ready without us, but you better be ready by joining us. Well, what do I got to do? Join the Hebrew Academy, they tell you. The Hebrew Academy? Yeah, the Hebrew Academy. We're going to teach you the discipline of being a Hebrew Israelite soldier and give you the proper training so you can go out there and deal with the devils, the gainsayers, and also gather the sheep of the lost sheep of the house of Israel. It's a crazy, beautiful, drama-filled romantic story and a comedy, a rom-com. Man, I had fun up in there. I ain't gonna lie. Wasn't no, you don't think about it at the moment, because they're not punching you in your face, they're not whipping you in your back. It's all of that is happening kind of symbolically in a way, and you're creating an attachment to everybody in there, and everybody is similar in what we say, what we do. And if you believe in anything different, you're going to be looked at differently, even if it's, and not basic things like, oh, I like Wu-Tang and you like Nelly. You ain't right, brother. You like Nelly. That stuff it wasn't going on. But well, actually, I was getting on a brother one time because he said Nelly was better than Nas, and I was like, you must be crazy. And that was blasphemy right there. But no, but other than that, yeah, you can't eat certain foods, of course, but that don't mean that they tell you that you have to eat this and you have to eat that. Well, actually, they do tell you that if it's the Passover, you have to eat that bitter herb, man. A lot of people don't like that. That's some suffering right there. Nah, that was the least of it. There's situations like much worse than that. A lot of people in this cult have been through worse things than I went through in the cult. So I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for myself and tell you that I know that It was mostly strong mind control, time control, also thought control, behavior control, and emotional control. Yeah, I mean, behavior control, emotional control, thought control, and I'm missing one, ain't I? Information control. Probably the most important one to these cult leaders. Yeah, according to their doctrine, if you're not in the church, you're doomed with the rest of the world, right? And you might be in the church and still be doomed. They used to tell us too. They used to tell us that it don't matter just because you're in the church. You might not be chosen. They used to tell us all that stuff. It was a long 6 years being in the cult, 5 years in the rank, 4 to 5 years in the rank, and then 4 years out of the cult, 4 or 5 years out of the cult, where I'm still a believer in a way, but I'm definitely losing that grip. That grip was going away that they had over me, and I was starting to think for myself, and I was starting to talk to other Hebrew Israelites. And I befriended a co-worker who was in GMS. I wish I could find that dude's name. I know he started following me on Facebook, on YouTube, right here. But I lost contact with him. But he was a cool brother. You know, he was GMS. And he was the one that told me about the Tazadakia doll. That's one of the reasons that made, that's one of the things that trigger something. It just something snapped when that dude told me that Tazadakia created a goddamn doll of himself that was going to speak, and all of that. The doll never made it to the shelf. The doll never got sold because I believe it was a scam from the beginning for Tazadakia to create a doll by using money that's coming from the cult. It's dirty money. Puts it in an idea, which is creating a bunch of dolls to sell, right? A money idea. Now you take the money that you took, you all that money that you took from the cult, you put it into a new thing. Now you have product. There's no more money. There's a product that's worth money. And now you can say you sold the product and you got that money by selling the product. And you make more money. You double or triple, or in his case, he was going to triple his money, because I remember all cost $40, and I did an interview with the doll maker. Forget his name right now. And that whole he believes also that the whole thing was just all a setup, and that he doesn't believe he had any intention of selling those dolls. For a person that claims to be a spiritual leader, I don't know if he had any intention of selling the doll, but I mean, they had it all dressed up. It was supposedly not even his idea. It was Rapaya Allah's idea, his one of his little doggies from Philly. But that is a good way of cleaning up some dirty money. And even if he didn't sell the dolls, now he can sue the doll maker and still get some money, and now that money's clean money. So that's a real big scam right there. That, I mean, I don't know who Tazadakia knew, what he was a part of behind the scenes, what was really going on in those back rooms, what kind of whispers between the dignified leaders of this cult called the Israelite Church of God of Jesus Christ, with Ariyah being a staple in the Hebrew Israelite community, giving the ICGJC a presence, and Tazadakia being a young charismatic leader. It was really a time of growth from what I've seen from the time I came in 2004 In late 2004, it was a time of influx of people coming in, young people in Orlando. I seen the growth in Miami, Orlando. We started getting a bigger following in Naples, Florida. Naples, Florida came out of nowhere. Now there's like a whole Naples church. When it started off with one brother or two brothers. Shout out to True Wiz and Fernando, aka Yaquam. Tiffany Marie says, I don't know what's wrong with this laptop. My bad. It's a little slow. But everything they try to train you or teach you in some way mimics the so-called world that they don't like. Ironic. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, join the Dozy, right? The Dozy was the Daughters of Zion. I don't even know what the hell else it stood for. The Daughters of Zion. I don't even know. Somebody help me out. I know my cousin Taza Warrior was in that joint. She ended up paying whatever the hell they were charging. But they were definitely charging for those classes. They were making us pay to be in the Hebrew Academy for whatever reason. It's not like that shit went to anything. Because I know when it came time for me to print out the tests, when it came time for test time, when it was test time, and I had to go and come out of my pocket and go to FedEx Kinko's and make copies of the test 50 times for every class, or 30 times for every class. And we were putting our money together for that. There was no pot. There was no piggy bank. Piggy bank was broken. There was no piggy bank. How about that? That shit went straight into pockets and trust funds and shit. What up, Elijah Lewis? What's going on, man? I still need to get you on. I haven't forgot. I just kind of been, I don't know. No excuse. I got to contact you. We got to do something, get you on here. I do have some time tonight, and I appreciate you guys coming through on a Wednesday. You know, coming out of Labor Day weekend. Hope y'all had a great Labor Day and all of that. Oh snap! He's wicked. He's a heathen celebrating Labor Day. How dare you celebrate the labor union and hard work? If you present any info that's critical of the ICGJC, right? If you present any info that's critical of the ICGJC, they'll label you an antichrist, rebel. That's propaganda. Yeah, like imagine, let's say that you didn't agree that the Hispanics are part of the 12 tribes, and you just believe it's, the Black Hispanics, not the indigenous Brazilian and Native Americans. Because there's Hebrew Israelites that have come to that conclusion now. There's whole groups like FOPE, for our people's edification. Shout out to them brothers, even though there's a few brothers in there that show me some love before, so I'm gonna say shout out to them. They don't believe that the Hispanics are part of the 12 tribes of Israel. That Native Americans and Hispanics are not part of any tribe unless they have some Negroid in them, which they believe is the original, how all the original tribes looked, which would make more sense. Why would the hell would Mexicans and Haitians be part of the 12 tribes of Israel? That's crazy. If you really think about it, not to step on anybody's toes, but I'm going to say what I believe. And this is part of the reason why I left the ICGJC, is because one of the things that was clear to me was that 10 tribes breakdown in 2nd Ezra is going into the Apocrypha, when an angel supposedly spoke to the prophet Ezra and told him where the 10 tribes are at, as if history doesn't show you that they were just in Assyria. They stayed in Assyria, and they assimilated over the years, and they're not lost. We know what happened to them. We know where they went. Somebody's seed, a seed, what they call a tribe, being the father seed, it doesn't just stay alive from one man to the next without any type of outside genetics, coming in and mixing in. There's no such thing as a genetic seed or the father seed that makes you a certain tribe. There's no way you can prove that. If you claim that to be true, how can you prove it? You're going to go to a scripture in the book of Nehemiah or something. That's what they're going to do. Right? I think it's the book of Nehemiah. There's a few scriptures, but either way, just craziness, bro. So, but yeah, that's one of the first things that really woke me up. When I heard that he was being investigated before all this happened, I knew right away. Shout out again to Yaquam Naples, my dude Fernando. Shout out to you for hitting me up and putting the bug in my ear, letting me know what's really going on, because I was 4 years removed from from coming around the congregation and doing unit work and coming to class. The most I would do was talk to certain brothers on the phone, or they would come through, and we still were cordial, and I still was a Simeonite. I still believed all of that stuff. And for the most part, I was keeping the laws. I couldn't do certain things because, I couldn't come around, which is crazy. By law, you're supposed to keep certain Sabbath with the congregation, but they'll put you out to where you can't keep that law, what they call the ceremonial laws, let's say, because they'll put you out and you can't come around nobody. But it's a law by God that you're supposed to be a holy convocation and gather together. Who are you to say, no, we're going to put you out, because they're going to say, well, God always gave the authority to somebody to act and behave as God on earth. So now these men have the right to behave like they're God on earth, and they can put you out and condemn you to hell, pretty much. Tazadaki would say that. If you're getting put out permanently, if you get put out permanently from the church, that's a hell. That's like a hell sentence, pretty much. You're just going to go to hell, man. And so many red flags. We'll go over that 10 tribes breakdown. We'll go over, other things. Let's go back to 2019 when Tazadaki was facing legal troubles here in the state of New Jersey, and having to deal with the United States justice system, pretty much. Let's keep sharing the screen. Actually, yeah, I guess we can share. I was going to go to that non sequitur thing, but we could talk about that another time. Let's stick to the topic, the Hebrew Israelite topic. This was right in front of the courthouse.
Tell them that I might not be coming. Right. You might not see me for a long period of time. Right. But I told them, don't you ever lose faith in God Almighty. That's right. Even though it may take some time, you will see me. Right. That's right. He called us into this to be a sacrifice. Right. That's what each and every one of us has to be.
He's talking about what he had to say to his children this morning before he left, because he don't know what's going to happen. He had to tell his children he don't know if he's going to come back, and he had to look them in the eyes, and then they look sad, and yeah. He's giving a sad sob story. You hear Tazapawan in the background going like he's really feeling that. It's just insanity, man. just insanity. The way they worship this man, like, like it hurts them when he gets hurt. They feel every time he feels pain, they feel it pretty much. That's how crazy it gets. This man, if you were to not even insult him, tell the truth about that man to one of his little pets that he has, his robots, his little minions, if you were to just tell them the truth about anything, I mean, like I did with my cousin, they would take it as if you are cursing out God, not even you cursing them out, because they won't even react that way if you curse them out. But because you're cursing out Tazadakia, oh snap, that is their connection to God. So if this Tazadakia is destroyed, then their connection to God is destroyed. So they have to protect Tazadakia and they have to protect his reputation. So anything that you say, they're gonna assume it's a lie. You would have to come up with the craziest type of evidence to get them to believe you. Like you would have to have the smoking gun, the damn bloody glove, and even then they won't believe you. They'll make an excuse. That's what they'll do anyways. They don't care about what Tazadakia does. They never cared about what Tazadakia did. They always made excuses for it. Anytime he would holler and yell at somebody, they would say that's the spirit of God. When he would ridicule people too, they say, well, God laughs at the evil, at the wicked. He laughs at your folly and he mocks you. Yeah, they could be real they could be real bullies, man. Tazadakia was a big bully. And with all the power of the people that he had, he put that against any unbelievers. He can easily turn the congregation, the whole congregation, against anybody. And that was a lot of power to wield, especially when some of those members are your family members. When some of those minions are your husband and wife and your children, then that causes a big conflict of interest. And now your whole house is just being divided. And it's really hard when you have an unbelieving spouse with a believing spouse, and then you have children. That's the worst thing. That's just a recipe for disaster. It never works out. Let me turn off this Bluetooth. I don't know why I got it on. Maybe that's slowing things down. Let me check my Wi-Fi. We're looking good. But yeah, man, I hope everybody's doing good. I just wanted to go down memory lane, no specific special reason. Just looking through some old videos today, and I realized I still have a lot more content that I can use against the ICGJC if they ever decide to continue to target, me or my videos or anything that I say and try to debate or mock it or whatever. I'm going to keep coming back because, even if they don't, I'm going to keep coming back at them because they never responded for the false 2020 prophecy that Tazadakia made. They never responded.
They have to see us standing strong.
So
Before the arraignment, men who say they are former members of the church described the financial burden of being a member. One man said that he had to hand over 20% of his personal income in tithes.
And our main thing is to expose all of the information to our people that's still in there so that they can see for themselves what we see, which is that this guy is wicked. You understand?
I understand, my brother. That's the dude right there, Mr. Jeff. See, these people literally help take down, top to down. Like they worked with the federal government and gave information, secret information that a lot of people didn't have, things that I couldn't have provided to the FBI, even if I wanted to, and I did, but it was nothing I could do. Pretty much, I took it upon myself to start the channel. That's, I figured, all right, I could do this. Let's get at them. Get at them. And I sure did that. And if you don't believe me, let's take a look at some of these videos. Because that's going to explain some of the things that I'm talking about anyways. I mean, remember, we went through a whole journey. If y'all was there with me from the beginning, some of y'all I know for sure. Elijah Lewis, shout out to Elijah Lewis. He's gonna come on. We're gonna get him on. Let me go back and see if I can find him. The Ecclesiastical Institute is what it was called, right? Thank you. The Daughters of Zion Ecclesiastical Institute. That's what the EI. The EI. That's what this stands for. Daughters of Zion Ecclesiastical Institute. Elijah Lewis was there from the beginning. His father, has supported me for such a long time. Mr. Russell Lewis. Shout out to Mr. Russell Lewis. And Mr. William Kreider. Shout out to you too. I've been wanting to get you back on. I don't mean he's not on, but hopefully you see this later. Shout out to Gerari Fort, G Fort. Maybe come on later. We'll see. We might get a former ICUPK member, because I was going back and forth with internet Hebrew Israelite that I don't think ever joined the camp before. I was going back and forth with this dude about the origins of the year 2000 prophecy and the origins of the ISUPK and all of that. The dude didn't understand that the ISUPK of today is not the ISUPK of back then. I don't know what's wrong with people. Like, what's wrong with people? The ISUPK of today, where General Yohana, commanding general, and his lapdog, Tazaryak, Captain Tazaryak, and the damn another lapdog, Katazah. That group right there was formed in the early 2000s, maybe in 1999 or the year 2000. I think it was more like 2001. They took the acronym of the ISUPK, which was the I stood for the Israeli, and they changed it later on to Israelite, when I guess already at this time it was called the ICUPK. The ISUPK, the original, changed it to the ICUPK. So here comes Johanna and did a name grab. He grabbed that name, he reused it, recycled it, and took the familiarity of the name of the ISUPK, the history that it has. He making people think like that's the original. Why not come up with something creative and make it your own, like all these other cult leaders have done? Yohana is one of the corniest damn P. Diddy type Hebrew Israelites that just recycled the old name and just did what they were doing in the 90s, pretty much. They teach that Jesus Christ was the reincarnation of Adam and King Solomon. I wonder if they still teach that, because they make it seem like they still teach everything from the original ISUPK and they never changed. But I don't think that's true. I promise you they added some stuff. I mean, that's the reason why they give you the title That's the reason why they have the title of Commanding General Yohana, so that now when they come out with a new commandment and a new rule, a new law, they can just say, well, he's the commanding general. Jesus Christ gave him the authority to create, a new rule, or he gave him the understanding. He opened up his understanding. So now he understands that the Bible in this scripture is actually talking about this. And we used to teach something else. Like Tazadakia said that they used to teach something else about Isaiah 29, 29, where it says that, what is it that says? I forgot, but Tazadakia was always changing doctrines. When one thing used to mean this back in the days, he said, well, the Holy Spirit cleaned everything up, and they started coming out with a whole bunch of new breakdowns. You remember them days. We're gonna take it back to the ISUPK. Now let's take it to the ICGJC. I think I wanna watch. Oh, I was gonna post a new video. That's right. Where's my phone? I forgot. I'm gonna post this video right now, and then we're gonna watch it. Or should I just stick to my ICGJC topic? Yeah, let me stick to my ICGJC topic. Where are my playlists at? Let me see. That is not my playlist. Could have sworn I had another one. Oh no. Can I switch my account? There you go. All right. Share the screen. Have you seen Vocab Malone's Secret History of the ICGJC One West revealed by ex-members, or revealed by ex-members, streamed 7 months ago? It shows Tazadaki's plea, timestamp 124:04. Oh, really? His plea? Oh. Yeah, you know what? Let's go to that video where I exposed what the money was used for, what Tazadaki was using the money for, because there's some things in there that I never went over. I never went over some of these court documents that are available for us to go over. Let's go over it now. Yeah, let's go over it now. If I could find my playlist. I don't know what happened to my playlist. Is this even my playlist? Oh, okay, yeah, here we go. Boom. So if I'll probably, you know what, just go back and run down the whole list, because I think I remember the year. There was a year that he pled guilty was 2019, because he died in 2020. But he already pled guilty in 2019. He was arrested in 2018, Tazadakia. He was charged with, I believe, 6 charges, and they dropped 5, and they just charged him with 1, which was trying to defraud the United States. Tax fraud, pretty much. You think you gotta pay no taxes. He's a special kind of breed. So you don't gotta pay no taxes. But let's go back to some of my old videos. I've been destroying these cats for a long time. most recently, you know, the dude would tell you otherwise, but most recently destroyed this dude on this Native Americans or Hebrew Israelites. And I could go a lot, like I could be a lot more ruthless with these cats, but I don't want to come off a certain way because I don't want to ruin the whole, the whole dialogue, and then we got nothing. So I try to keep cool, but at the same time, I don't want to be the asshole that they are, because they know how to talk down to you and make it seem like you don't know what you talk about, man. Let me teach you. I'm gonna help you out. Man, I got so many videos just destroying these cats, yo. So many videos just destroying. Share the screen. I mean, from Kataza to Hakav, Sakari. And then even Hebrew Israelite groups that I just came across that I never knew even existed until they flew in front of the radar. Let's go to, you see the toy maker of Tazadaki's doll speaks. I did a whole video with him. A lot of people don't know that. He was cool people. Forget his name. But the video that I did with let me see. The video I did with Rapaya Allah, or aka Batazal Allah in the cult. Y'all know who he is. It's called A Time to Uproot. Let me see. So don't give the time to uproot. I think what we did was Tazadaki's sentence. Is that it? Damn, man, I cannot find that video, man. Let me see. Because what I did was in the comment section or in the description, I have the link to the whole deposition, pretty much. It's not Tazadaki's testimony. It's, I'm guessing it's Justice Day. If it's not that one, it's Sentencing Day. So let me see. I should have put that link in all my videos, man. Spread that thing. You know, because it shows you exactly what Tazadaki did with his money. Yeah. If I can maybe just pause this for a second, man. This is just slow motion, man. I can't stand this. Yeah, it's gonna be thinking for a little while. Sorry, y'all. Let's take the captions off.
Somebody sent me something on my phone and it said that I hog tied her. I don't know how to hog tie people. What would I hog tie? My kids is listening to
send you on a permanent vacation to hell. I love that beat right there. It's acting up a little bit. My bad. Yeah, I think it's because I'm on my own channel watching my video. I should have did it from another channel. But yeah, that's a great video right there. That's one of my favorites. I guess overlooked. Tazadakia's sentence, Justice Day. Let me see if it's in here. Justice.gov. No, that's not it. See, I put all the links that you can so you can find all the news reports on Tazadaki. I put that in the description of the video. I'm gonna have to delete them Cash App and Venmo things that I don't use no more. But yeah, he spent the church's money on luxury items for himself. Yo, the narcissism on that man was unlike anything I've ever seen. Unlike anything I've ever seen. But let's spread this out like this. And maybe let me see, what's this? Google Chrome mic mode. I don't know what that means. Turn that off. Yeah, so let's just load it up enough.
Baby, I need to know.
Charges first. Charges. Expressing my innocence.
Laughter comes tears. After laughter comes tears.
Bienvenido a la televisión de San Miguel.
Welcome to San Miguel TV. I had to do this video because today is a very big day for members and ex-members of the ICGJC, the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, a religious hate group, which is headed by none other than Jermaine Grant of Burlington County, who goes by the name Tazadakia, who goes by the other name, the God-sent Comforter. This man was sentenced today, January 28th, to a federal penitentiary, along with Lincoln Warrington, Tazapuan, his accomplice, for conspiracy to commit fraud against the United States, tax fraud. All the money that he took from these members, which was a total of $5.3 million that they were able to trace. Tazadakia was sentenced 18 months. Tazapuan was sentenced 12 months and 1 day. That extra day is so it can be official that this is a felony. So these men are convicted felons. The God-sent Comforter, the Holy Spirit in the flesh, is a convicted felon and was given 30 to 60 days to surrender. He's not in custody as of yet. There might have been some information that came out that he's already in custody, because I heard people saying that, but he's actually not in custody yet. He will be in custody. They're waiting a surrender date, and it's 30 to 60 days. So he's being monitored on a ankle monitor. Tazadakia doesn't have the freedom that every man has, even though as of right now he's technically not in custody.
Yeah.
He will be in.
That was interesting right there, how they gave him they gave him so much space and time and privilege. Like, for a person that's supposed to be getting targeted by the federal government because they're pretty much a danger to the American future, as an Israelite that's supposed to come and bring the destruction of America. Tazadakia is pretty much trying to claim like he's the one that's going to sanction that in somehow. Like, for a person that thinks that you're being targeted in that way, you're actually being treated very, very kindly with gentle hands and gloves, kid gloves. I mean, who gets sentenced for fraud, tax fraud, 18 months, or rather, it was 18 months. How you get a surrender date and you get all this time to where you have to surrender yourself? Like, I've never seen that happen before. Don't you get arrested once you get sentenced guilty, or you plead guilty? Once that goes down in court, they put the cuffs on you and you're gone. I don't know how he was able to get around all that. Yeah, so I want to go back to where I was at. Where was we at? We was talking about the Alpha and Omega clan is live right now. Bunch of people live right now. I'm gonna switch this to, let me switch because it's going like super slow, and I wonder if it has to do with the fact that I'm, two different YouTube accounts pretty much right now. Well, I'm on the StreamYard, but maybe if I go through, you know what? Maybe not Google Chrome. Yeah. Let's do this. All right, let's delete that out the way. Yeah, anybody that wants to come on, by the way, y'all can come through. Y'all already know it ain't no thing but a chicken wing. All right, let me open the Safari. Maybe that will give me better signal. Wish I had some Remy Martin right now. I wish I had more Remy Martin. Patterson, New Jersey in the house. Is Queens in the house? Is Jersey in the house? Atlanta, Georgia in the house. West Coast in the house. Japan. All right, the Safari's getting shut down. Safari is not looking good right now. Come on. Yeah, my bad, y'all. This shit just goes too slow. What I have to do is it's damn StreamYard. They could give you better gigabytes and better, all of that. There's no reason why this should be happening. That's just Esau trying to oppress them. Yeah, we came out of a cult where a very, very dark-skinned person was oppressing us, was robbing us, while he was telling y'all, "Don't look at the white man over there. Don't look at me. Look at what the white man's doing. Don't look at me. Look at the white man. He do this and he do that." And yeah. I took some money, but what about all the money the government takes? They'll admit it and then come up with a logical reason for why it's okay. Oh, but look, it's they do it, so if they could do it, then what? How much more does a man of God like myself? Kadaki could have admitted to the members that, I take the majority of this money, but I'm using it for something good. He could have said anything he wanted to, man. That man had so much control and still does after his death from the coffin, from the grave. They did the mash. They did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. Tazadak is damn controlling people from the graveyard. What's happening? Happening. I want to put on of course San Miguel TV, but let me get on another channel. Don't mess with my groove. that 10 tribes breakdown, man, and really analyzing. I remember pulling up a picture of a Mexican family, man, and I put it next to a bunch of Haitians, like a picture of a lot of Haitian kids, and I'm talking about boys, girls, and it was a Mexican family. It was a daughter, a son, a mother, and a father. And I just put those two pictures side by side, man. And like a meme, you know, and I put them side by side. And I was actually a video that I used, a picture I used on one of my first videos. That was like a minute long. If you look at one of my first videos, it was like a minute long, and I'm talking about Haitians and Mexicans. If y'all remember, that was one of my first videos because that's where you can see where I was going, you know, with my belief. I was losing all that ICGJC, and then on the Hebrew Israelite thing went out with that, man. I threw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. Threw it out, baby. Shit. Get the minimum wage. Dipset. This is 40. Dipset. I don't know why I'm singing that song. All right, let's go to San Miguel. San Miguel. San Miguel. San Miguel. Tazdakia is dead. He's not coming back. You know, he is not coming back from the dead. This is not Jesus Christ's New Testament story and redemption story where you die and come back to life. Apparently, the graves of many people opened up, and people that were dead were greeting their family when Jesus Christ died. If you want to go back to it. It says the graves in Jerusalem opened up and dead people were walking around. Doesn't make any sense, man. Their bodies should have been rotting. So the scripture should have said, oh, and their rotted bodies got back to normal. It didn't say none of that. As if their bodies never rotted. I don't, this doesn't make no sense. You know, the zombies walking around, or they look perfectly healthy, like as if they never died and became a corpse. It's a whole nother story. But it seemed like a common thing in Jerusalem where people were coming back to life only in a certain time, and now all of a sudden nobody's coming back to life anymore after they die. I mean, that would be an amazing thing, you know. I'm talking about literally dead, buried, and then you come back to life. I'm not talking about your brains, you know, stop working for 10 minutes, or your body was dead, or your brain was still alive, and you can still hear. Like, people, it's not coming back from the dead. I'm talking about 3 days later type stuff. Anyways, let's go back. Use wrong. Use wrong. All right. Tazadakia, live from the ICGJC. A time to uproot. Yeah, I think it's a time to uproot, man. What a time. I'm just going back. I remember posting all this stuff. ICGJC bishop commits suicide. Wow, remember them days? Bible babble. False hope. Yeah, I was getting at everybody. Look, I'm getting at Sakari. I'm getting at the Watchman for Israel. I wasn't just getting on the ICGJC, even though obviously that was a light thing to do. It's a light thing. So let's look at a time to uproot. We're gonna watch that video for a little while because I'm gonna certain thing.
I think now's a good time.
Yeah, definitely. Now would be a good time looking at everything that's going on in that place. But let's get into your history first, pretty much. Like your rank, how long you were in there, and when you came in, I guess.
Okay, so I actually heard the information about this church, the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. Some may know it as ICGJC. I learned about it back in 2007. It was February.
All right. I remember when he came in, for those that remember this brother.
And it was February 11th is when Alahaim Bun.
Alahaim Bun brought him in. That's Tazadakia's, man, Tazadakia's, I don't even want to say it. Butt buddy, I guess. What did I put in the description of the video, man? Please tell me. I put the link. No, I did not. San Miguel TV. Damn, son. Now I don't remember where we did. Why they got that in there? Intermission. Can it be also simple? Oh, did I put that on the video? You see what they do to my videos? Yeah, it's one of them joints. I'm gonna actually go back. Let's pull up the rest of the videos. There was a damn whole list of the things that Tazadakia did with the money. That's why I'm trying to find that link right now. So we're gonna find it. We're gonna make sure we do. Yeah, but again, what's up to Christian Nunez? I see you. I don't know if you were in the ICGJC, or if you were ever part of any Hebrew Israelite group. Maybe you might have come across my channel before, and I don't know. Your name looks familiar, but not too sure. What's good? A Sharp. Holy snap! What's up, mommy? How you doing? Long time no hear, long time no see. But here we are. We are back. Still getting at the ICGJC. I'm never going to stop requesting an answer for why Tazadakia was talking about the last Passover in America was going to be in 2020. So we haven't forgotten about that. I know damn well that I have not forgot about that. Because they'll choose certain things to talk about, and it's just the cherry picking of an Israelite is on 1,000. Nobody cherry picks better than an Israelite, yo. ICGJC members, especially, more particularly, they tend to block out anything that might make their leader look like a normal person, or even worse, I mean, you can't say nothing. They protect that man more than they protect their own mothers, man. You couldn't say nothing. You couldn't disagree with him. You couldn't say he shouldn't have spoken a certain way, or he shouldn't have told off that sister. He was kind of rude. Nah, man, there's no such thing as rude when it comes to Tazadakia. What they would do and what I would do was just imagine that that's how God is. So I just have to get used to this type of behavior because this is apparently how God is. That's what I thought. Still dealing with the cult aftermath of those delusional people. Yeah. I hope you and your family are good too. You know how things can be. I hope, I mean, with everything else going on, in the world, now you got the ICGJC who's supposed to be in the truth, making it more difficult for you to live your life, even worse than the world or people outside of this cult do. But with everything we got to deal with, as a former member, it never ends, because if you have relationships with people in there, it's like you're gonna have to continue dealing with these things. And I go with it head on, man. I talk about it. The best way for me to deal with it. But at the same time, I'm not really too focused on what's going on in there, because I don't have a relationship with anybody that is recently left or that's still in there trying to leave. There was a brother, Chris, was good, man. I don't know if you on. I saw you last time. Shout out to Chris with the sneakers. He was the last brother that I knew that was in there, so he was giving me some more recent information. But I know some of y'all out there still got some plugs. You still got the secret agent, man. Because they're gonna call you an agent. You an agent. You working with the feds. You working with the federales. Yeah, I wish I would have worked with the damn FBI to bring these motherfuckers down. I wish I could say that. I can't say that, so I didn't. But shout out to Zahab and, Jerome, Barry, or everybody that got together and took that damn bastard down. Nisha, shout out to you too. Even though I haven't spoken to some of y'all in a long time. It's whatever, man. Which I did was great. It was shit. Better late than never, man. I was a little upset with some of y'all for not speaking out a little sooner, but what can you do? What are you gonna do? All right. I'm just going through these videos to try to see which one. It's gotta be the, I think it's Tazadakia's last. What was it? Tazadakia's last prophecy? No, that's not it. That's not that one. Tazadakia's testimony, maybe? Yeah, we're gonna find it, man. It's got to be here. Even though sometimes I think that
I was learning wasn't part of my character.
Even though
and
I
I started to make objections and request that certain changes be made.
some of my
In
videos.
doing so, I made a
There
lot
was
of
a video
enemies.
I did.
The only reason I'm bringing this up now is because I'm ashamed of something that was done during the plea agreement. I lost control and I disrespected the courtroom, and I want to apologize for that.
Anymore.
I apologize to the marshals, and I
did
want
so many videos that I don't know if
you.
I'm not remembering
I attempted to do it during the
if
second
maybe I
plea.
just, because
And
sometimes
I would
I'll
ask
lose
that you
videos.
don't hold it against me that I have
never get to
enemies.
post it, but
What are you
there was
saying,
literally
bro?
a time where I think
even
posted it,
in admitting his fault,
and then
he
it was
still
just
has to
gone one day.
put the
One day
blame on
to the next.
others. In trying
I
to
don't
study
see
more,
that
I
link
actually
anymore.
believed
Yeah,
that I
really
couldn't trust the
pisses me off.
government. I couldn't trust nobody. I was going to
'Cause, you know, I put
ignorantly
a
try to
lot of
defend
work into
myself
these
because
videos,
I
and
didn't trust
not just the
nobody.
video. I'll go into the description and
Double
throw
negative.
links, man, for
This
y'all
was my
to, you know,
education.
to see where I get
This
my
was
stuff from.
how we were
That's a
brought up.
reference
And I
point.
think this is very important to
Sometimes I don't have
understand.
time to do
We
that,
didn't
but
trust
man, I used to
anybody.
put so
I
much
made
time
a
into
lot
the
of
channel. I would
fundamental
go
changes
back.
within
I
this
would go through every
organization,
video's
and that made a lot of
description and make
enemies.
sure
I
that
don't know what he's
everything is
talking
on
about there
point.
about the enemies. He's mentioned that
Sometimes
3
I'll
times now.
put a link to another
The changes
video
that he made,
that's
knowing
related.
that it was a hate group, was just
But
minor changes
yeah, it
that
got people up in here
still
that family's
kept
still in the cult. You see
the
what I'm saying?
congregation in check
Like, how do you
and
escape?
didn't look too much like a
You
hate
can't
group, but
escape.
he still tightened the
Even though
grip
you've already
on the
escaped,
cult
how can you escape
and had
when your
us
family's
under
still in
heavy
there? It's like
mind
you still got
control.
to kind of deal with it in
He
some way.
definitely studied some mind
Sucks,
control
man.
tactics, and here he's appealing
What's up
to
with
ignorance,
this?
and he keeps bringing up enemies. So this is very
You did your
this
thing
is a
with the
very
videos
weird,
too. Thank
guilty
you, man. I
testimony.
really enjoyed it,
Coming
yo. Like,
across
I don't know if y'all
my
could tell, but
studies
I
of
put
trying to see what kind of case
my
I can
heart
make for
into
myself.
a lot of those videos. And if they came out sloppy or if they wasn't ready, I made sure I went back and fixed it up so it's good quality. And it's more like lately I just been kind of lazy with some of the editing. But yo, back then I was not playing. Plus I have to keep up with the Injustice League, man. You know? And I have so much more dedication to exposing Tazadakia. At this point, you know, I don't have a dedication to expose anything else. I mean, unless something, of course, something new comes out, I'm always gonna talk about that and include it. You know, how can I not? But I haven't heard of anything much going on. I mean, I know they celebrated their Passover 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and it's not getting any bigger. I'll tell you that. That's what she said. Yeah, it was a video I did where in the link, the description, I put it has to be a series of unfortunate events. That's the video. A series of unfortunate events. I got it. Come on. A series of unfortunate events. Let me see. Damn, you remember that BLM activist that was down with Hebrew Israelites that shot a Jewish guy? Yo, there's a lot of stories here that I got to go back and revisit. Yeah, baby. The doomsday Hebrew Israelite teacher rapped the news. Remember that thing? That was crazy because I came across Rap the News because those girls that starved themselves to death with their father, those Hebrew Israelites that starved themselves to death, were listening to this guy, and I started looking him up, and then 2 days later he dies. As I'm looking into this guy, like that's the only reason why I knew that he died is because his videos was being suggested, and his wife came on his channel and said that he passed away. I was like, what? Like, these Hebrew Israelite groups go all over the place. Like, you probably won't even know that some of these existed because some of these haven't even existed for that long. And then from one day to the next, the leader's gone, and then there's no more group. It wasn't even never a group. It was just the channel. It was just a YouTube channel. There's a lot of internet Hebrew Israelites. Doesn't the Bible say you have to get together, convocate, and you have to gather together, all nation, not desire? I mean, I don't care about I'd rather you not join a group if you want to be a Hebrew Israelite. Don't join these groups. It's better that you don't, in my opinion. Let me say that. Let me say it that way. But they're always going to get on you and say, well, you're supposed to gather together. What are you doing? You're dividing and separating and scattering the flock. You know, so they can use that against you, but don't let them use that against you, man. These groups are crazy, man. Don't join any of these groups. You're going to be a Hebrew Israelite, just be a Hebrew Israelite, man. You know, but the best advice I can tell you is, you know, we could talk about the doctrine, because that's part of the reason why I left the ICGJC. It wasn't just because Tazadakia is the devil, you know, because he was. And it was more than that. It was just, you know, but this should be the video right here. I think it's, yeah, I think it's a series of unfortunate events. If not, it's Tazadakia's sentence leaving the ICGJC. Look at that. That's very appropriate for what we're doing here. So let's share. Let's share and care. Boom. That on silent mode.
Shalom to the congregation of Israel.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute.
Shalom to the congregation of Israel. Pardon for the quality of the video. I have to film this on myself. Because as you can see, the church has been raided by the FBI.
Why hasn't the FBI done their job?
This is a fight. Like David fought Goliath. Okay?
Wow.
This is what it's supposed to be. Don't be alarmed.
Why haven't the FBI done their job?
Don't be afraid. Steady as she goes.
This is as usual.
Steady as she goes.
We know that Tazadakia was talking like crazy on the radio show. That 3.5-hour Block Talk radio show that Tazadakia held was in, I believe it was October of 2015. Arrogant as always. No more than a year later, about a year later from then, on November 1st of 2016, was the raid of 1941 Madison Avenue.
That raid was a big reason for me, like, kind of like helping me heal. That raid was necessary. You don't understand how much, like, I was waiting on that. We were waiting on that. Tazadaki was boasting on the radio, the Block Talk radio show, saying, well, how come the FBI haven't done anything, right? How come the FBI haven't done their job? I kept repeating that because once they did it, and I knew they were going to do something. I knew it was coming. There was way too much evidence, way too many people with so much motivation to bring him down, you know, that had a lot of evidence. You know, that van was it. That was another thing. That was whew, tough. But the raid was kind of like okay, you know, this was exactly what we were expecting to happen. So, man, that's another reason why I mentally left the ICGJC, because they're gonna say, you ain't leave, we put you out. Well, you actually technically didn't put me out. You actually suspended me. Go look at the damn records, which you guys lost, which you guys don't have because you guys are disorganized, or the FBI probably took all your stuff. But if you know anything about my counsel, which I've spoken about candidly, Amath knows about it, and a few people in the Orlando ICGJC know that I was told I could come back by Arya and Shar, and they were waiting for Tazadakia, and I just kept waiting and waiting until I just lost interest, and I just didn't care to come back anymore. I wasn't motivated to come back. I didn't want to do the work. I was definitely taken back by that doll. That doll was big time, and that was before any whiff of wrong, taking money or messing with young underage girls or beating his wife, which is just a few things that Tazadakia has done. So if in case y'all don't know, he's a narcissistic sociopath who um seems like he never heard the word no before. He doesn't know how to react. He doesn't know how to treat people like they're equal. He's always going to treat you like a lesser person. He'll laugh at you because you don't know something or you might get something wrong. He'll confuse you if you don't really know how to speak, and I guess verbally just explain a situation, without stuttering. Any little stutter, he'll make it seem like you're lying just because, why you take so long, brother? Or why you said this, but then and twist your words up and make it seem like you're just the most evil person in the world just because he wants to play with you. I mean, I didn't understand some of the stories that I would hear about Tazadakia putting them out. And it just seems like a personal vendetta. Like, well, I don't understand why he's so against some of these brothers that gave everything to this cult. And just against some of these sisters that they were just nothing but dedicated to the brothers that gave everything to the cult. And they themselves were dedicated to the cult, money-wise, financially. And there were sisters that used to babysit and help other sisters that had, 10, 20 kids. There's sisters up in there with like 12 kids, man, 13 kids. Having kids at 45 and wondering why they have certain disabilities because you having babies at 44, and like you're gonna run the risk of having a child that's gonna have a disability. Man, how selfish are you? Some of these people don't think, and they just say, no, the Lord knows what he's doing. Oh, you already have 4 C-sections? The doctor says he can't operate? Well, God can do anything. And they put you in a situation where you're going to keep cutting up the same scar. The scar tissue is not healing, and you just keep cutting it up. It's not going to heal right. You just keep cutting up scar tissue. These are women that can't give, they're not giving birth, not every woman is the same. Some women can do it. It's easy. It comes easy. They just, Oberredenbach, just popping out children like popcorn. But other sisters, they couldn't just do it, especially when they get hit with that epidural, man. That really takes, it numbs your lower half. So all that pushing that you're supposed to be doing, you can't really find the strength to do that because the epidural, them damn numbed you. So now that gives them the reason to cut you open, and they actually can consider that a surgery, which they get some money back from the insurances because they have to use way more supplies, and now they, it's all of it's how it goes, and we're just falling victim to every damn scam in society, from religious scams to medical scams to damn triangle pyramid schemes. And yeah, brothers, some of these brothers be falling into pyramid schemes. There's people that left the ICGJC and got involved in pyramid schemes. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just something about the people that join cults. They have a tendency to just wander away into some other scam. Yeah. I mean, you almost can't avoid it with everybody in your ear constantly trying to get your attention and your money, and it's like, you turn on your phone and all you want to do is watch videos, but then Every minute you got to have a 10-second ad or something. You know, I hate that shit. But here we are, 2025. I think the Day of Atonement was the other day or something, which is a day that you're supposed to atone for your sins as a Hebrew Israelite in the ICGJC and in all these other groups, even though Jesus Christ already died for your sins. He died for all your sins up until forever. I mean, it covers every future sin, even a sin that you thought about doing. You're covered, boom. But come Day of Atonement, you got to atone for your sins, and you got to fast, right? And afflict the flesh. And that somehow is supposed to atone for your sins on top of what Jesus Christ already did. So I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like overkill. It's very redundant. Just a little too much. Much too much. We are going to continue to listen to a series of unfortunate events.
The headquarters of the ICGJC, wherein the IRS and the FBI got a search warrant in order to search the premises, gather the information, any books, all the books had to be open. Computers, anything that might have information that might incriminate Tazadaki. And that's how an investigation gets started. They had reason to believe that there was crimes being committed, federal crimes. It was less than 2 years.
By 2015,
we heard nothing.
Mentally out.
It wasn't until April 25th, 2018,
December
that Jermaine Grant and Lincoln Warrington were finally arrested
for missing forced
tax evasion, tax fraud,
Saturdays,
a conspiracy
to
commit fraud.
And a few of those days,
Docket finally gets arrested.
Messed up with the pregnancy.
He pled
was a
not guilty.
Of things going on.
You can plead not guilty,
and
then retain a lawyer, which is what Tazadaki did with the money coming from the congregation. He actually demanded members of the ICGJC to pay up $1,000 each,
pregnant with my son,
and then some, because there were brothers that you find, and you can see on the Injustice League's videos, that actually left on the strength of being hassled after giving $1,000. After giving money, they were hassled for more money. It's all about the money. That's where the urgency always seems to be at. There's never any urgency for anything else except for when money needs to come in. They need to get it from you. It's urgent. And this is what happened at that time in 2018. They were able to retain Gerald Lefcourt as their lawyer. It takes some time for the lawyer to be granted discovery. And what that means is that Tazadaki's lawyer was able to look at all the evidence that the FBI, the IRS gathered.
That's what started happening after a while,
So it was almost a year later from the time that he pled not guilty.
And I still got to do my Captain of 13,000.
Lincoln Warrington changed their plea to guilty because the lawyer thought this would be the best course of action due to the information that the IRS and the FBI had against Tazadaki.
You got your family. And you got God.
Overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming.
It's now really
a 31-page indictment
to look more like
all the money that was spent, how it was spent, how they laundered the money through a fake entertainment company called Black Icon Entertainment. They have no hits. They put out no records. They make no money. All the money is being laundered through the church,
I still got
from the church through
even though
Black Icon Entertainment. But where's the money coming from? It's coming from the members. It was a year later, almost, when Tazadaki changed his plea from not guilty to guilty.
I wasn't scared to ask some questions.
Per his lawyers,
he had a little start.
That's why he retained Gerald Lefcourt. And he said the best thing you could do is plead guilty.
he pretty much would ask. He was the one that I believe that asked about the Day of Atonement. There was a few people that asked about the Day of Atonement. Now that I think about it, which is a good question. And then I started wondering. Well, we don't even keep the Feast of Tabernacles the way we're supposed to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. So I'm like, well, I guess there's like we could bend the rules. I started thinking. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not coming to the Sabbath. Then I'm gonna take care of my kids. You know, what's more important? What would God want me to do? I think God wants me to take care of my kids. God wants me to worry about my pregnant wife. She can't deal with the my 5-year-old because she's pregnant. She can't tend to our little toddler that we had at the moment. On top of that, I got a whole family, with my grandmother and stuff. Like I got other things that some people probably don't have to deal with. My grandmother raised me, so she can't, it's hard to deal with a person that you're dealing with a baby already, and now you got an adult that's almost like a grown baby now that needs all the help that a baby needs. Yeah, it was, man. And then how far away I lived from the damn church where everybody lived in the same part of town. I was all the way on the east side. I hated that shit. Motherfucker. Yo, the gas. Do you understand? I don't understand. I don't know where I would get the money from. I don't know where I would get the money from. My account was definitely overdrafted constantly. I was getting $35 overdraft charge for Washington Mutual, man. I still got a bad name with Washington Mutual, I think, behind that whole damn ICGJC shit. I don't know how that works. Do they believe in the year of Jubilee? I don't know. Clean my debt. But I remember there was a time where I looked at my fridge because my mother-in-law was at the crib, and my wife is pregnant. I got a little girl, a little toddler, Mila, and I'm embarrassed that we don't have anything in the fridge. I had noodles. This is all I had in the crib. I had noodles, water, and tea. That's all I had in the crib. And the fridge was just water and some noodles that were left over from earlier that day or the day before. We had noodles all day long, man. Ramen noodles. I would buy like 6 of them shits. That became our food, yo. And when I got a little fancy, I would make a sandwich. Get a little fancy, Maybe we get some shrimp and throw that in the noodles sometimes, or some chicken, shredded chicken. Throw that in a little noodle soup. It was a lot. It was a time when it was rough, yo. Like, and then I got evicted because I told a moth, I'm like, I can't. It was a moth and Manatazak over the treasury. For those that know, a moth and Manatazak from Orlando, they were over the treasury, probably still are. So I didn't pay my tithes like the week before or something. I paid like very little. I was like not doing, what I used to do when I was first in there. I started like, fuck this place, and I think because my account was overdrafted, I only got back like $200 on a paycheck one time. So if I was supposed to pay $120 for my tithes, and all I got is $200 to use, I might have $80 left until the next time I get paid, and I gotta feed my family and deal with that. With all that comes with having a family and kids. There's a lot. I got a car, I got gas. Y'all want me to go from over here to over there? My car is is, 'is, 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 '
week.
I'm just trying to get by and do what I gotta do in the name of the Lord and all of that. And make sure I don't get caught. Make sure I don't get embarrassed and damn spoken to like a child. But even if you did, you gotta take it. It's just the way of the way of a cult. What's up, G Fort in the house? What up? What up?
I had to set the phone down. I was just letting you go in real quick. I'm in a whole nother room, so I'm just listening, tapping in with you tonight, seeing what the topic is.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for coming through as always.
But one thing I was just looking at, though, or listening to, I should say, because I ain't got it up on screen. The whole FBI raid, because me being in there the whole time, they was really trying to sell that to us like this was a big COINTEL operation, the Black Messiah to take down the truth and all that. And just looking at
Right.
this that raid and just looking at these other two pastors that just got indicted and locked up for the 50, what is it? They had like stole like $50 million and had people working for the one you sent me. And I'm just looking
Right,
like,
right,
how
right,
come
right.
our story did not make if this was such a big COINTEL operation, Black Messiah smear campaign, why didn't this make it to national headline news? Like they kept that whole thing pretty local, like on the East Coast. You wasn't
Yeah.
getting the story about the ICGJC and all that all over the country and all that stuff. Even like some
And
of these bigger
these
pastors.
and as Sean would say, these demonic bastards, they're masters of psychology. You don't think that they would have put on a whole show and use all that footage and used your name and try to
Exactly.
drag Tazadaki through the dirt a little more than like? Did you see
I
the
mean,
newspaper
they could have
the
used that
the
to
video? I
hinder
posted.
the whole BHI movement. Because
I
all they would
posted.
have to do is put up Tazadakia and the Black Hate Group and the Hebrew Israelites, and that would have been a slander smear campaign against the whole Black Israelite movement.
I posted I showed a video when we first started. I was just actually showing it not too long ago. Of It's a small time press, the Asbury Park Press. It's a small little paper that makes nothing. These people picked it up, and
Right.
that's it. It was like, and they actually interviewed Zahab, and they got him on camera asking him how he feels, and they got Tazadakia talking too. It was a great piece. Like I love it. I love that video. I took that video. They got the video of the way they filmed him, like around that big stone head in front of that courthouse, and he's talking to his members, talking about we don't know if the Lord's gonna
Right.
whatever, he's
I've been chosen to lead you out of America and Babylon, that little speech and all that good stuff. But that's what I'm saying. They didn't apply no pressure of really putting this story out there for us to be such the number one target of America, public enemy number one and all that. They put in no effort to really smear this dude. They went ahead and built their case, went ahead, indicted him, convicted him, and that was it. And he died a year later. And now
Yeah.
you don't hear nothing. They're not, the ICJC is not even a blip on the radar. So that should be another thing to the members. Like, if they're not coming at us anymore, that means we're insignificant and we're not a threat. Is also how they should be looking at it too. Yes, that's just if you are in these different groups, it's just like what you were saying. I heard that part too. A lot of people from these that leave these cults, when you don't reprogram your mind right and really get focused, you just leave out looking for somebody else to listen to. And that's what a lot of them end up doing, where now they're in pyramid scheme cults, business cults, all types of stuff. People find themselves in
Yeah.
leaving that place. I'll just switch to I mean, the most desperate thing is when you just switch to another group. That's the worst right there. Like, yeah, I'll just join IUIC now. It's like, brother, it's the same merry-go-round, just different leadership.
Yeah.
I just don't get it in 2026 because this year is over. 2026, I just don't understand how people are still falling to this, even though we've all been there and done that. But now we just have so much access to so much more information than we did. I just don't see how people still falling for it.
My cousin in the ice that was in the ISUPK, my cousin Jesucito. I'm gonna put out his name. I've been put his name out already because me and him got into it. He was in this shit since it was called the ISUPK. He met Masha. He used to actually rent an apartment in Yeshaya's building in the city somewhere, or in the South Bronx or something, or Uptown. It was Uptown.
Had to go.
You know, so this guy goes back to that. He went through them locking the doors on them and forcing them to pay a certain amount of money and all of that. I'm talking about like they weren't playing, man. Like this was like this was a gangster era, the John
Right.
Gotti era.
When they throw you down the stairs and all that good stuff.
All that. That's what I was thinking. So it's something about the stairs. So that all that happens, then you get told that Jesus Christ is coming back in the year 2000, then it doesn't happen. And now all of a sudden we got a comforter. Tazdaki is a new chief.
Keep in mind,
you know,
they conveniently hid from us that were coming in after the year 2000. They conveniently hid that they were teaching that Christ was coming back in the year 2000. You had to find that out like later on after being in there. Like, dang, we were teaching that Christ come back to the year 2000. And then even that, I think somehow got blamed on like Yeshaya or something like that after he left. So they found a way to spin that too. Like, well, it really wasn't us, but it started from this brother.
Yeah, there was a dude on the
crazy.
Facebook group. I was going back and forth with him, trying to get him on the live stream earlier, and he don't even know the history of One West. He's telling me that nobody really followed the year 2000 thing, and when it didn't come to pass, that Ariyah was kicked out. That's what he said. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, you don't know shit. I'm like, first of all, there was a split in 94 where Masha left the ISUPK and was still teaching the year 2000 thing. So what are you talking about? Was just that he was making it seem like it was just a Ariyah thing, like it was just one dude. Yo, it was a bunch of groups. I'm talking about Masha took
GMS was teaching it.
Yeah, because remember when Masha left, he took Tahar, he took Nathaniel with him.
Yeah.
So out of these people, you got all these big ass groups today.
Zabak came out of that same group with the HOI.
That's a lot of people. Just
them
those
dudes
two.
in Florida, Light of Zion or whatever them dudes is. There's a lot of dudes that left with Masha that they don't like to talk about because when that split happened, the majority of the camps did go with Masha.
Yeah,
because they said that REI and the other groups really was the more tyrannical of the leadership. They said Masha was a little bit more down to earth and all, even though he still was running a cult. But they said he was more compassionate on the people, though.
Yeah, I always heard that Masha was a good dude, but there was still a lot of people outside. Like a lot of people were teaching that, man. My cousin was still in there. I had two cousins in there at a short time in the 90s, but one stayed in there for a long stretch, and he left like in 2002, 2001. So then I come into the ICGJC in 2004. He's in limbo, and then I tell him, "Oh, I'm in the ICGJC. I'm in the truth, cuzzo." And he's like, "What?" He goes crazy. Then he tries to come back. Tazdaki says no. Everybody else
can't come back.
Everybody else said, "Yeah." Tazdaki didn't like my cousin. They had a little history. He told me about it. Then he joins the IUIC, my cousin. So when I got put out, when I got suspended, I was in the same limbo that he was in, I guess, because because he could have came back, but he took so long to come back that Tazdaki was like asking him why he took so long to come back, like where you been at? And Tazdaki probably suspected him of being a damn, I don't know, trying to infiltrate or something. Tazdakia just crazy like that.
Well, that
He
was
got all
just a
types.
psychological mind games to play with him. That's all
Yeah.
that was.
It's like you can't even tell with him sometimes. It's like, is this nigga crazy or a genius?
Yeah,
Like,
well, they tell you that most geniuses are crazy though. So they tell you that. It was a little bit of both.
how
But
you
yeah,
leave?
because
How do you leave the ISUPK? You come out of all of that, and then you go ahead and join the IUIC. Now I got, like he's like a 50-year-old now, 50 something. And you still, it's like there's no growth.
I keep on telling people IUIC, they did the right modifications and tweaks to make it seem like it really is the truth, but on the next level. That's all that was. That it's great advertising, great great marketing they have in the IUIC. Like I said, you
They
go in
took
there.
everything. They took everything that is loved by the members, the basic doctrines of we're black and all of that. We keep that going.
Yep.
We're the Israelites. We're
Other nations are
royalty.
gonna pay. We're building a
Yeah, it's
kingdom.
like all of that still is the same. Like they even say that IUIC I think is saying that Jesus Christ is Yahweh now, but you got groups like the ISUPK right now that they teach that Jesus Christ was not born of a virgin.
Yeah. The old doctrine.
That it was an actual natural sex, which makes no sense because
Makes no
why
sense.
would Joseph want to put her away if he's a just man? It says why would a just man put her away
Want to
privately?
hit it and quit it. No, that's really it. That's some old 21st century nigga stuff. You just gonna get with her, know you then got with her. Oh, I did it wrong. Now I'm gonna put her away in front of everyone. That doesn't even make sense. That would be unjust for him to do. So that doesn't make no sense. But the other part you missed with IUIC, once again, they trimmed the fat that people didn't like. Tights is not money. That was killing people up in ICGJC with the two tights. You come in there and hear, no, well, tights is not money. It's really you just give what you can. It's called alms. For you sisters, we know you've been catching hell with your husband having 3 and 4 wives that he can't take care of. In IUIC, you only can have brothers, you can only have one wife in here. And that's music to them sisters' ears.
Yeah,
Because you notice they have a very large congregation of women.
Why would you piss off half your congregation,
Right. So that right there was those two tweaks alone had people leaving ICGJC to go to IUIC. No tights. I'm still the chosen, and my husband can't just be bedding all these different women. I have no competition. So that was enough. And then they took it and they actually put into advertising and being out there in the streets. We had more than enough money coming through there where we shouldn't have been all over the place, but I mean, that's just here nor there at this point. That's what I'm saying is we see what everyone that's talking about building the black and brown community and all that, all of them are being exposed for race hustlers. And for the life of me, I don't understand how people can't see that now. Like, if you have to go to the same people you're gathering for support to build economic support to build this kingdom, you're already full of shit. Straight up. Like you having to come and beg people, come and give me money, and I'll show you what to do with your money to build this kingdom. That's I'm just at loss of words how people still falling for stuff like this. But it's like we said, tribalism. People just feel the need to want to belong to something.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. But yeah, that little power couple down there in Florida, like I said, Taz needed to take notes. They got them what, $50 million, all types of properties.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to think, there was someone else recently, but that just shows
Detroit, the goddamn Detroit pastor. You remember I used the video. Let me go back since we were looking at the videos. But there's a pastor in Detroit that was getting questioned about how he was spending his money, and he was on video getting questioned about a Louis Vuitton belts and suits, and he was like, "Oh, I sweat through these suits, so I sweat a lot, so I got to have good suits." And they were
Oh
like, "Yo,
yeah,
why you
yeah,
spending?"
yeah.
He was like, "Why are you spending $6,000 in Louis Vuitton?" And he was like, "Oh, it's good. They got good belts." So now, just recently, that same guy who was trifling as hell with the money in St. I thought he was in St. Louis, but I think it came up in Detroit now. Maybe he's just all over the place. Detroit pastor, child trafficking. It's like some trafficking stuff he's involved in now.
Yeah,
This
that's what I
guy's
said.
crazy.
We got to organize the clips and the articles and just do a whole show where you just have it just exposed, where people just need to really just see that like none of these leaders have been sincere. Name one that's been sincere and really built something.
Right.
All these different isolated lands and kingdoms. We're gonna go to this land where we all think this way, and we're gonna be self sufficient and all that. Name one that has actually succeeded. Because
Hmm.
you got what's his old boy down there? He's in the Carolinas thing, Pastor Dowell or whatever. Hell, you got people leaving his stuff telling
Yeah.
that thing is a cult too. Like I said, they tell you he can get up there doing all that glitz and glamour. That shit's a cult too. It's the same stuff. These
Right.
dudes just tweak it a little bit to make you feel like you're not in a cult now. And all these different things, these little subgroups that's taking you out of mainstream society to say, come off with us over here. Look at the rest of the world and how evil it is. All that stuff is the
Hmm.
cults.
And you have all this power with God, but you just can't figure out getting money. So you need to get the money from the members. And like,
Thank you.
aren't you the man with the plan? Like, you're supposed to be the comforter. What the hell, power? What the hell is that title? He's just using that title just for show, but you got nothing like to show for the
Nothing.
members, or like, you're supposed to have power with God, man. You're supposed to be healing people. You know how many people were sick, people with all types of diseases up in that cult that he could have
Did we
healed.
ever did we ever play that one where you had the members lying, talking about how they got healed from AIDS and
I s- I
fibromyalgia
I
and all that
just
stuff?
I just saw that video in my camera roll today. I still got a good amount of videos that I never used and footage, before they banned me from their, you know, their
Because
site. I forgot the name
that
of
was
their
the
site.
crazy part I heard was the same sister that said that she got healed of AIDS ain't even in the church no more, left the church. And I'm like, how you
Right.
get healed of AIDS from the elders and then leave that place?
She was in Baltimore.
I think that was Philly. It was
Okay.
Philly or Baltimore, one of the two. Anyone that's from Philly or Baltimore, they probably knew what I'm talking about. It was that old
Yeah.
the one where the daytime stood still video when the
Yeah.
hour of prayer was extended so members could be healed and no one was healed that day.
And you had the brother with fibromyalgia or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Karataza,
Right.
who probably
Karate.
is who if he's passed away now from his ailments and all that, you'll never even hear about it. They'll never let you know that this dude's not even here no more with us because he's
That's
passed
sad,
away
bro.
because that's just it's just a like a I don't even want to say a bad omen. In that place, death just is not supposed to happen. So they're never going to tell you when someone passes away.
Yeah.
Like when you go into Haragaja, not Haragaja, Haradapia, they tell you how they just covered that whole thing up with him pretty much as best they could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because
Haradapia, and a few members, a few of the older members, they died, and then you don't even hear about it, and they're supposed to get healed. Who was the other one? I forget the other brother. But yeah, Haradapia is a perfect example, man, because because we were all there when we heard him say it. Like, it's more than 2-3 witnesses. It's like 100. There were like 200 witnesses.
I mean, Saint Hood, even if you want to go more recently, Saint
Mm-hmm.
Hood was supposed to get healed.
Right.
Hell, I was supposed to get healed. As a matter of fact, how am I going to take myself up out of there? This dude sat there right in the Minneapolis office. Told me, up, they're going to look one day, and that bullet fragment will just be gone. It won't even be there anymore. And you're going to be doing the work of the Lord and all that, and you'll learn your lesson and all that. So that was when he came up to Minnesota. And I done just erased the lie out of my mind so much. I forgot
Spans
that
the
he told me
country,
that too.
but starts in Taylor.
And let's get right to
If
Fox
you
News.
remember,
Charlie Link
you remember
joining
this
us live
one?
from one of 3 properties raided by the Fed today. What did you learn here, Charlie?
Well, we learned a lot. First of all, this is a big indictment that came down here, 10 counts, mostly, though, about human trafficking. There's some money laundering in
Money
here. But let me
laundering,
tell you,
of course.
I'm at the Kingdom of God Global
The
Church in
Kingdom
Taylor.
of God Global Church. Church leaders indicted on forced labor and money laundering charges. This sounds like Tazadakia right here. This sounds like straight up Tazadakia. This is Detroit. This pastor is so, you could tell
I
his
think I
level of
remember this
education.
story now.
Well, this is new. This is 7 days ago, but this pastor already has a bad history. Remember, he was on that video that we were talking about. He was getting questioned by, I guess it was the IRS. It was a similar investigation like they did with Tazadakia. Like they were
That's what
asking
I'm
him what he
thinking,
was doing with
because
his money.
that Kingdom of God church sounds familiar. But I'm thinking, because they got another one that used to sound like ours, like Church of God in Christ or something like that. I'm not sure if they're like cultish or not, but
They are. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. A Church of God in Christ, Kojic.
yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kojic.
I think that sometimes, like, these churches, when they're small, it's easier to become a cult because you have more control over a small amount of members, But once they start getting large, then members, you can't really control what they do. There's probably like congregations in different cities in a city that will do something different than a congregation with the same name in another city would do. It's not so unified like the ICGJC was. It was like we would all get together for the Passover, and
Right.
like churches don't really do that, that I've heard of, at least. I don't know. But Kojic is like one of those, like it's crazy. It's like a corporation church or something. It's like a goddamn
Right.
You got all
Yeah,
these
because there's a bunch of like satellite divisions all over the place.
crazy. Yeah, they've been around for a long time too, and they have some teachings in there. I can't even go into it because I haven't done that much research, but I know.
Yeah, I think they're kind of more just mainstream, but don't quote me up on that one.
Yeah, they're mainstream for sure, man. But there's a lot of famous people that were part of it, like Sly and the Family Stones were big Kojic people. Al Sharpton, he's Kojic. It's big in the black community too. It's
So it
like
almost seems like a dang fraternity type church, almost.
right, yeah. Like they have
Like you got to have
churches that are considered like historic. So
right.
now like the county owns it, and taxpayer money will go into some of these things. It's crazy, and they can't, and when something is considered historic, it's like you don't own it, like the it's not a private entity. You can't make any changes, you can't do certain things to it. It's crazy. So now it becomes almost like a part of the city or the county or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. This Kojic church though, like what's strange is that Sly and the Family Stones, I seen Sly one time. I don't know if it's just because he's a crazy artist and they'll do weird things like Andre 3000s like that. But he was wearing, one time I saw him wearing the Shield of David as he was rocking out to If you want me to stay, that's my favorite Sly and the Family song.
Right.
I'm around
I
the
mean, like I be saying, some people go into that Shield of David stuff because certain Christians rock that for certain reasons too, with the whole Judeo-Christian thing too, and Lion of Judah and all that. So some people just rock it for a different sense of spirituality.
right. Yeah, that could just be
It
what it
doesn't
was.
always mean, yeah, it doesn't always mean they're identifying as a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, that might be
Because
true.
I seen Ike Turner had one on before he passed away.
Oh yeah, I've seen him with
Yeah.
that on. Yeah,
Yep.
I
Get one of
definitely
them
seen
pictures.
that
So,
before. Yeah.
but to be honest though, you also got
Hello, Michigan.
sometimes
That's
them old school, not old school, but Old Testament Israelites, because
Right.
you got a few of them running around too with that, and they rock the Shield of David too.
Oh really? Okay. I've met a few of them. They always have names like Yisrael
Yeah,
and
Yaakov and all that type stuff.
yeah,
And they
yeah,
usually be older dudes. That's what I'm saying. They be them
yeah.
older dudes. That's why I say with Ike Turner, like they be from that era. I
Right.
don't run
Yeah.
into too many new young dudes. They're all caught up in the One West Israelite hype thing.
The
Even like
one
I said,
the the
even
one
these dudes
West.
from Chicago, they don't really get. They got a huge congregation all over the country and in different countries.
Hmm.
The Israel of God, but the young dudes, they just don't get into that style of Israelite teaching. They like the controversial, up in your face, like I said, One West style.
Yeah, yeah. That one
Eh,
West style I was gonna say is very distinct. Like being a part of that first, and then now like listening, and even while I was in there, I've met a few of them Old Testament Hebrew Israelites, and listening to them, they were just so much more different, and it just seems so wrong to me because of what I was so used to. And then now that I'm out and I look at them, and I can actually have conversations with them, with a
Right.
Hebrew Israelite, with a One West Hebrew Israelite from Sakari, IUIC, even like in Sakari, which they had me on their channel. Uh, they always try to play you in a certain way, and
They have no
and everything's
regard
strict
or
too. It's
respect for anyone else's understanding. That's why you
and it's
can't even talk to them brothers from One West.
and they ask you the stupidest questions as like a trick, and then when you try to like pick it apart as illogical, they make it seem like you're stupid or something. And it's like this
Exactly.
dude, like remember last week with this dude, man, I'm going over that live, and I'm like, this dude is saying that I'm playing semantics while he's changing the word buy to be, oh, you didn't get, they would buy
Right.
you out. He kept saying buy you out. And I'm like, but aren't you adding to the scriptures? And he's like, no, man, you're just playing semantics. I'm like, what? Like that's exactly what you just did.
I told you I had my little debate with my predecessor. Shout out to him though. And that's all it was, is I was letting him know, like, listen, that doctrine has serious errors and flaws all throughout it. And I'm just asking basic logical questions. And now it's coming out as aggression. And I'm like, know what? That's the same vibe we'd be like when we'd be at camps and all that. If someone's asking you a good logical question, but you know it's against the doctrine, and you start getting all defensive and now you're not even going into your scriptures anymore. You're going with the name calling, or you're looking for certain verses to cut the person on. And I was just telling him, brother, like, brother, we're not there no more. That stuff doesn't
Yeah.
work anymore. That's a systematic doctrine you got on how to defend that nonsense. And it just doesn't work with someone that knows that doctrine and knows how to ask you the right questions.
I mean, they still sometimes can catch an inexperienced Christian, but I've been seeing a lot of these Christians now coming at
Busting
these
their
guys,
ass.
yeah,
That's all
making
that
them
is.
look
They be
silly.
busting their ass online. You can see it. Like, brother, you're being shut down and demolished
And,
every
and,
last
and
way.
and you can tell that they're so like inexperienced with actually applying logic, because all they do is memorize these debate tactics and
Yep.
try to use that, and it doesn't always work, you know, because once once somebody knocks you off your heels or whatever, or makes you feel like, oh, okay, well, this didn't work. Now you don't know what to do because you're just so used to regurgitating whatever the hell you heard that you don't know how to respond to some of these things after Christians come back at you with a good response for what you think is oh, I stumped you, you know.
Exactly.
Like the God logic thing with Jesus Christ. So
that was a
so
slaughter right
even
there.
even check this out though. Even the ICGJC, just like the ISUPK did in the 90s, even the ICGJC says that Jesus Christ was created. You know,
Right.
ISUPK, they say that too. The only thing that changed was that Jesus Christ is now Yahweh. But the doctrine of Jesus Christ being created, that's not a Christian doctrine. The Christians believe that Jesus Christ is Yahweh. So Tazdaki could have got that from Christianity because that's been a thing.
He definitely did. He didn't get that. Please, he put that together through a doctrine.
Right.
That's why we got accused of being Catholics, because he
Right.
did convert us into a lot of Catholic stuff.
Right. He was using Christian and Catholic debates for the divinity of Christ is one of the main things that is used to debate Muslims, you know, and unbelievers, Jews. You know, that's one of the best ways to convert somebody is to show them, look, the scripture actually, you know, because it's like almost like a secret or something, and you got to kind of figure it out how Jesus Christ is God. You know, you look at John 1:1, and the word was God, and the word was
Right.
with God. It's just like a goddamn puzzle. Like, what the hell is it saying? And you can come out, and if you don't have a good grasp of logic, and you don't have good reading comprehension, you know, and you got to stick by what you think is right. I'm looking at Tazaryak and I'm like, hold on. What God logic is saying is that if Jesus Christ, right, Colossians 1:9, Jesus Christ, all things were created through Jesus Christ. You know, it says that literally all things were created through Jesus Christ. Isn't Jesus Christ all things also? So he was saying that Jesus Christ wasn't created. He always existed with the Father. I never thought about that. I was like, holy shit. I never really thought about that. I always said that the only begotten of the Father means that he's the only creation of the Father. And if I was
Right.
Tazaryak, I would have used that John 3:16. I don't know why he didn't use John 3:16, the only begotten of the Father, because you can make the argument that begotten
Right.
means created, you know?
Right.
Even though you got to look up the etymology and the Greek word, and you know, that's the thing. That's another thing too, man. These Hebrew Israelites don't take the time to look at the different languages. They don't even trust any interpretation outside of the KJV. It's
That's
crazy.
what I said. They don't. Debating with them is worthless, because unless you really just catch one alone or something like that. But if you're trying to like debate them in front of a crowd and they got to save face, there's no point, because they're not going to really respect any of your understanding you're coming with anyway. Anything you're coming with is beneath them, or they're going to act like they've heard that before, and like I said, not really acknowledge anything you're bringing to them.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
the whole thing with Tazariak, he couldn't lean up on that John 3:16, because his whole understanding is based off of Christ is born through normal sex, so he doesn't have that type of divinity in the first place.
Right.
Because they're just following that doctrine that came from Arya and Mashah, that Yohana never changed once he left.
But they'll admit that Jesus Christ, they'll go as far to say, Tazaryak was saying, Jesus Christ created the angels and everything else. He
Yeah.
said that. So I was like, okay, you know, and it's just an interesting debate. And I think Tazaryak did better on the Gentiles, the part 2. Have you seen that? I watched both of them last night, bro. I was watching that shit till like 3 a.m. I was watching all the because like there's a lot of them I haven't, and I missed them over the last 10 months. I never heard of God Logic until just like recently. You know,
The Israelites, they're capitalizing off of these YouTube pages and the monetization and all that type stuff too. Like, don't think they're not seeing a
yeah,
little check that's coming from YouTube every
right,
couple months and all that. Like, man, we got to keep on shooting these videos.
yeah,
That's why you see Gorilla Hebrew, he ain't got his ass off of YouTube yet. He's just trying to switch up. But now that stuff
right.
done caught up with him. He thought he's gonna transition to a no jumper co-host or something. And that little butt plug stuff done caught up with him. Like, brother, how you claiming a gang and you fantasize about white men popping you in that? So you see, he's been a little bit quiet lately.
I haven't. I mean, yeah, the last thing I saw was that no jumper. We covered that last week, right?
Yeah.
we went over a little bit of we went over that. That was good. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to come on live with that one too. Like, this dude really, again, it's just in 2026 the Hebrew Israelites are just going out bad. We keep on saying it. The only one that's saving some integrity in space is IUIC. And like I said, they're still gonna find out because we never really got on them with the whole Africa situation, the Kenya situation. When they was bombed and running in the streets and all that.
These Christians, these Christian pastors, I've been seeing a lot of Christian pastor stuff. They're not looking too good either, man. Let me hear this real quick. Let me just
sit right there. It's a huge place where a lot has happened over the course here. You can see state police are here, FBI is here, but take a look at this guy, though. This guy's name is David Taylor. He's the subject of this. He's 53 years old. He says he...
Remember him? That's him.
I'm looking at him right now on another YouTube channel.
Okay.
They got him talking about bullying some of his staff live. This is like 2020. Let me see, can I pull this up? But yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm looking at him right now on another YouTube thing.
And this guy, is very illiterate. He doesn't know how to speak properly. If you hear his sermons, he sounds so uneducated, man. And it's like they be the worst ones, and they get the most followers somehow. Like it's crazy, man. It's like what they lack in intelligence, they have to pick up in like being a deceiver and manipulating people and stuff.
These guys got charisma and the gift of gab.
Yeah, because they're not smart enough to succeed, so they got to swindle people. That's the best they can do.
Well, you got to put it this way. They're not educated enough. You got to say they're not educated enough because they're smart, just in the wrong ways.
Right.
Because these dudes have some crafty, intricate networks. And it's like once they see they got control of people's minds, these people get creative. This dude had people out doing free lawn care and all that for how big was that property? He had people out there cutting grass with a regular hand lawnmower and all this stuff.
Bro,
I mean,
dude,
when you
he was buying $3,000 Gucci belts and shit. Like,
yeah. Birth control for the women that was being flown in. So they knew what they was doing to a certain extent. They had some pretty elaborate operations going on.
Damn.
I wouldn't say stupid. We'll
not
say
only
uneducated.
here, but in Tampa and Houston as well. He also says, at least according to the indictment, he is an apostle, and Jesus is his best friend. He also has multiple face-to-face encounters with God. Now, here in Taylor, this media, this center here is called the Call Center, where he's got what they call armor bearers. These are people that live and work here. They're unpaid. They're sleep deprived.
Unpaid,
and they must obey Taylor.
Unpaid and sleep deprived. What does that sound like, man? Like a cult. That sounds like the ICGJC, man. Let me see what else they got going.
Orders, or if they defy God, they'll be punished. This is all part of the indictment. Now, he also says that he wants women to come in here, not only to take care of him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he makes them have a Plan B emergency contraception. All in all, they raised about $50 million in donations from
$50 million in donations, yo. What in the hell? Cause like they'll have parishioners that are millionaires. Some of these people.
2014. I'm going to show you a little video over here of some reaction from people around the country that are affected by this guy, Taylor. Take a look.
It's not just happening right here in Tampa. It's Ocala. It was really all over the country. So this was an incredible network, if you will, that generated significant profit for the individuals that were engaging in the trafficking. So I think if there's any lesson for all of us is that this truly can happen in any community, anywhere in our country.
Yep. Look at that house. Look at that property, man. This is a castle, man. And they're high up.
That's what I told you. Tazadaki, he was that might be why he didn't make it big. He was small fry in their eyes. His little
Yep.
$700,000 crib in a hand sack didn't have nothing on that.
Wow. That's crazy. Look at that. Look at them cars too. Like Tazadaki.
How could a pastor afford to live in a house like that? I mean, even some of the people who live there couldn't afford to live in that particular house in there.
All right, now what did he do with all this money? Well, he lived in an elaborate lifestyle, as you saw from Tampa. That's a huge 28,000 square foot mansion. He also bought Bentleys and Mercedes-Benz and a whole bunch of other things. He was arrested in North Carolina, and then he likely will be brought up here in Michigan. That's not decided yet. If he is convicted of the most serious charge, although they're all 20-year felonies. I am live here in Taylor. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and then these followers don't
20
need money, trusted, and
and the followers give their lives over. That's what happens, man. They give their lives over. But a smart cult leader will find a way to make money, you know, make money not only for themselves, but for the members too. So that'll really keep them in, you know, but they get greedy, man. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I wonder what really
had-
fell in the lines, though, of where it goes into the human trafficking, though. Because if you
Right.
just think about with the ICGJC and even some of these other groups, the amount of people they have crossing state lines for the Lord's business and all that type stuff. Like if they wanted to
Right.
press play on these groups, how far could they go with that? Like I said, they didn't really dig into ties like that because they would have really dug in a little bit deeper. They probably could have come with even way better charges.
Yep.
Especially when you go into what y'all, like I said, the sister that you had interviewed, the holy women and all that type stuff. Like if they had went in a little bit further, other molestation that was going on in there and cover-ups and all that stuff, they probably could have really turned it up on them. But that's why I started by saying this wasn't no takedown when it came to the ICGJC. That was just they seen a nigga that got too greedy. They was not giving them their cut, and they went ahead and took him down. But it wasn't about we have to stop the Israelites from coming back as a nation and a people. It wasn't even that serious with them. But that's where he tried to spin it at, like it was them against the nation of Israel. Like, no, bro, they was against you and Lincoln Warrington.
They were even trying to incorporate the whole pandemic to somehow be, you know, a way to stop them from worshiping.
That sounds crazy.
And even after the raid, they were trying to make it seem like they wouldn't want them to worship God, and it's like that church was open the next day.
And even with that, I mean, even with the whole pandemic thing, you had other churches that started getting together, meeting up before the ICJC was. Even right now, they're still pretty much limited to like Zoom calls and stuff like that. They're not really meeting up like they used to.
This
Probably is much
ICGJC,
cheaper.
this HCU ICGJC Holy Conception Unit YouTube channel. This thing has 408 subscribers. And if you look through some of these videos, I don't even want to play them because everything is copywritten. They have such weird music that go along with their pictorial video. It's very like just not like they're not putting a lot of time into this. Look, this is now a whole year, over a year since they were in Dominican Republic and they broke ground, and they have no members. There's nothing to show yet. I mean, they would show you a congregation in DR if it existed. So it doesn't exist.
Right.
Then they got what, 6, 8, 12 videos. That's averaging one video a month, but each video is only like 45 seconds. So nobody's really putting any time into the social media presence that's supposed to be huge in the ICGJC, and it's not. Like, let's go look up IUIC Houston has more than the entire ICGJC. I bet you.
I bet you.
IUIC Houston is large. Man,
IUIC Minnesota. They got more damn viewership than ICJC.
You got.
I mean, even all these different other camps, though, they have a little bit of media presence or YouTube presence because people are looking for.
Right.
They're gonna look up Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
And a lot of these groups show up.
IUIC Houston has 40,000 subscribers. I mean, IUIC, they probably have a damn dancing channel or something, you know, or one of the kids or something. They has more subscribers than the whole IUIC, the ICGJC, you know, social media presence, including Instagram. Like, and they don't have anything, man. I don't understand what they're trying to do. And then it's kind of sad because you could see them like trying, but they're not putting any effort. They don't have a lot of like faith. They're really broken, man. Like the death of Tazadakia, the arrest. I
didn't never thought about it like that because I'm just looking at it like, man, y'all are just fronting and just hustling these people still. But I never really thought about it like that. Like, no, the leftover leadership in there, some of them really do believe that stuff, and they just don't know how to recover since the death of Tazadakia.
They are in a standstill. I mean, they're at 1.34 thousand subscribers. They had like 900 maybe the last time no, they had not the last time, like maybe like a year ago or 6 months ago. They probably had like 900. So, I mean, this is as far as it's going to go, I think, because that's probably the majority of that is going to be their members. I don't think that they have 2,000 members. I don't think
they're nowhere close
right now.
The ICGJC,
like 5 or 6 major churches with maybe 50 to 200 members, probably 200 members the most, or 300 in a congregation. Let's say New York City's probably 300. They're not hitting.
New York might have about 300 members, but I'll put it this way: I don't see the ICGJC no bigger, like with hardcore members, no more than 1,000 of them at this point. Maybe about 1,200 people if you push it on a good day, but their numbers are short now. I mean, I could name I could name several other people out of just Minneapolis alone that left, and they haven't replaced those numbers. You can say the same thing for Orlando. Like what surprised me was I used to, because Todd used to combine all the Florida churches together to make y'all numbers seem bigger than what they were
Yeah.
anyway. And a
Right.
sister had went down to Orlando, and this was like 2018, 2017. And I always thought Orlando was bigger than us. It was a high holy day she was down there for too, where everyone was supposed to be there. And when I asked her how was it and the size of the congregation, she's like, "No, please, we're way bigger than they are now." And Minneapolis was probably pushing about 150 members at that time, give or take. And
Right.
as she was saying that on High Holy Day, she was like, "Man, please, our at least our High Holy Days had way more attendance than theirs did." Now, I'm not sure how people showed up in and out of class, but I just know that a lot of the numbers was blown up in the ICGJC.
I know.
That
Yeah. I
that's
mean,
why he didn't want us giving numbers on a major conference and all that. He didn't want us to really see how short some of these congregations were.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, what you think is supposed to be a gathering of people, just of a like increase, not just a gathering of people and it just remains the same amount of people. There needs to be an increase, and like growth is you can't miss it. Like growth is right up in your face, and
Yeah.
everybody will notice it when you start growing. It's undeniable. So like there's you can't just lie to us and tell us that you're growing. We would know it. We would see it. Looking at the numbers, they're real consistent with just how much, pretty much probably how much members they have. And then on top of that, whoever's not in there that's looking, you know, I'm telling you this, they don't have any more than 2,000 members up in that place because
You
their
giving them
videos are
too
barely
much.
hitting 1,000
You
views.
give them about 800 more people than what they got.
Right.
Straight up. I mean, I remember Passover 2000, what was that? 13, the year after 2012. There's supposed to
Right.
be this great increase in 2012, but which never happened. Right? Like people just swept that under the rug that all the other 10 tribes were supposed to come in record amounts in 2012. There are so many damn failed prophecies and lies. We forget about this stuff. Like we
Mm-hmm.
just let 2012 slip under the cracks. We haven't been beating the drum on that for a while. The ICJC is supposed to be filled with the Hispanics right now. Dang, the Native American Indians are supposed to be up in there in droves right now, as of 2012. The Negro blamed the ranks in the congregation for the tribes not coming in off his failed prophecy and said the ranks weren't ready, but get ready because in 2013 they're coming in, and the tribes never came in. The tribes are, as y'all are saying, are being persecuted right now, dang, out of the country right now. So it's like, which one is it? It can't be both. So I mean, these is I'm looking at this right now and looking at the lost debate between Genesis and Deacon Asaph on is Christ God. So now you got these Israelite groups debating all over the place on that is Jesus
ASAP.
the Most High debate. Yep,
You talking about
Deacon
ASAP?
Asaph. Yep, Asaph from IUIC.
Yeah. I know him. I know him.
Yep,
I've spoken to him before. He knows of me now. You know,
yep, debated
yeah.
debated Genesis, and they're saying he crashed out, but this is from Genesis perspective. So you know they're gonna be
Who's
biased up
Genesis?
on it.
Genesis Israelites?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
they had their
um,
little clash.
they
But
need
no,
to.
that 2012 thing, no, that's something that has to be revisited. Now that I think about it, I was like, I forgot all about that lion prophecy right there. That never happened. So yeah, you're giving them
The
too
only
much credit
video
up
I
on the
have of
numbers.
the only video I have is Saint Ivan talking about 2012. You're gonna see, that's an old ICGJC video when Saint Ivan was on the ACU, and he was
7
saying,
questions to ask the Antichrist.
yeah, it was. You can still
I
find some of
remember
them
that.
old videos somewhere. I actually I feel like watching some. Nah, let me not go there. But we never touched on the sister over here that they got a bunch of views off of her. You know, that's I don't remember her
Well,
name.
you know they're gonna slander her as worldly, and she's doing this and doing that, so she's fully of the devil. So the congregation's gonna eat that stuff up. Like when you
Yeah.
go out and you just really start living your life, and you're like, man, I'm not held to all these laws and mosaic stuff that y'all are under. They're just gonna count you off as the devil got you, and they don't need to listen to nothing you talk about anyway. Even though, like when we say, you're gonna be coming with a bunch of logic and truths. Because, like I said, she's the one that was blowing the whistle on, the molestation and all that stuff. But because of who it's coming from, they're not trying to hear it.
I mean, logic escapes these guys. You see it all the time. They have to stick to a certain script, and then once they start trying to think outside of that script, they get all foggy and cloudy, and now all of a sudden they don't understand questions, basic questions. I see it happen all the time in these debates, because they're so used to giving a damn knee-jerk response without thinking. None of these things are thought. We don't really think through some of the things that we were constantly repeating, and they sounded really good sometimes. But I remember just going back and just trying. I put so much time into the doctrine and figuring out what's true about the doctrine. Starting with the 12 tribes breakdown and Tazadakia being the comforter, like really getting a good understanding of why I no longer, I should have never believed in it. We were convinced for bad reasons. You can be convinced for bad reasons. You can have bad reasons to do things and to believe in things. Everybody has a reason, but you need a good reason. Some of us use bad reasoning and bad logic. The kid, man, last week, in the Bible it says Israelites wore fringes. And now I see Native Americans wearing fringes. Native Americans must be Israelites. Bro, that is the dumbest way of thinking. There's no connection. It's just like you're trying to put two rocks together. It's like there's you need to build a bridge here when we try to make a connection of, trying to explain something, especially something so complex as a genetic claim of Native Americans and ancient Israelites. How the hell are we going to get a good DNA match, it's, bro. And then DNA alone, like they hear those three letters and these guys just right away think it's white supremacy or something,
Well, that's what people don't like. Just like what you were saying, all these churches are starting to look bad, just not on the scams and just all the scamming and hustling. It's just as we go on and we're looking at different science and different historical understanding that's coming up, the churches is looking bad because it's like y'all don't know what you're talking about. It's just more and more stuff is being exposed of that's not true. That actually does not line up with no type of science or physics and all that. And it's like, okay. And people think it's an attack on this is an attack on God and all that. No, it's revealing more of the beginning of things. It's all that is. And people are scared of that because this is tradition that's been burnt in your conscious, in your psyche for centuries. So it's a real reality shock with certain people, and they don't know how to deal with it.
Right.
It's just no different than coming up out of the cult. Your understanding, your world is foundations being shook up, and people don't want to come up out of it. And what we're starting to see now is look, there's more foundations being shook up, and people don't want to come out of these traditions. Like, man, people don't know what they're talking about with all this spiritual stuff. Are we saying that there's no higher power or powers? No, because something created all this. We just saying it might not be what y'all think it is.
There's so many reasons why people start to believe in a doctrine or in a certain movement, you know, or even go as far as joining a cult like we did. Like that's going pretty far. This cat that was on last week was saying how he never did that. He was like boasting about how he never wanted to do that because he felt like he could learn on his own or learn from everybody. But he's still goddamn lost because he sounds just like us, except he's not gathering together. Which, you know, if you're supposed to be a true Israelite, why are you just on your own? You're supposed to be doing a holy convocation. You're an Israelite. Where's your damn, you know, where's your nation at?
That's what I was telling my predecessor. I was like, all y'all lone wolf brothers out here is playing. You know what it says. So if
Yeah.
you really believe in this doctrine, you're supposed to be joining up with other believing Israelites and
I
congregating
mean,
and pushing the movement of redemption.
That's
This
another
lone
thing.
wolf
It's
stuff,
like,
that's nowhere biblical according to y'all's doctrines.
man, the way that you can come up with a doctrine just by adding one word, you know, into a scripture and just changing up the whole meaning of it. Like this cat kept saying, when it says no man shall buy you, he kept saying buy you out. And I'm like, but you're adding words when you say buy you out. It doesn't say buy you out. You keep saying buy you out. It's like rehearsed in his head. So when he hears buy you, he is just like, it's like a natural reaction. He's not even thinking. And so now I have to bring him back. And it's like, there's to what seems normal to him, you know, it's like crazy to me, but what's normal to me is he's like, oh, it's crazy. Why would you think that buy means to purchase? Like, what you mean? Why would I think
It's
that?
just like in Revelation when we were dealing with the brother with the white wool hair, white as wool, and then when it goes into his feet as if they had been burned in a furnace, the Hebrew Israelite doctrine goes into Christ was so dark it looked as if it. Brother didn't say that he was so dark as if anything. It just said as if they had been burned in a furnace. It didn't mention anything about darkness. But
Right.
y'all throw that in there automatically as you're reading Revelations. So you're automatically putting in that his feet were dark skinned, and it didn't say that.
Right.
It said onto fine brass as if it had been burned in a furnace. Nothing about
Right.
dark comes up in there. Y'all threw that in there. And
When
that's the thing about
I
that.
read the Spanish, when I read it in Spanish, I've been wanting to read these scriptures in Spanish lately because it gives me another understanding. It like just clarifies it. And lo and behold, when I go to the Spanish, it's like even more accurate to the Greek because Spanish comes from Latin, so does Greek.
Latin.
So you know what it says? It says glowing in Spanish. It was glowing, not burning, not even burning.
See?
Yeah. So, you know, you gotta open up your mind to other things, man. I think you got knocked off, but he'll be back. But you have to, and don't open up your mind too much because then your brain will fall out. They say. I'm gonna get some sound effects and get the drum roll.
Thing
Bump.
be sensitive.
But it's true because it's in a way you got to be careful to not open up too much. But okay, yeah, you have to. That's why to me the best thing to study when leaving a cult or when trying to figure out, you know, it's logic and basic things, man. Just reading through basic things, it's like it just it brings you back to some balance. Otherwise, your balance is whatever the scripture says, and that's no balance. You know, that could be up to your own interpretation. There's no telling what you could come out of when you read the scripture. There's no telling what kind of interpretation nowadays. There's people that went out to Ireland. There's like a little cult of 3 people that went out to Ireland claiming that they're the original Irish and they're Hebrew Israelites too. It's weird. They're everything. There's like these groups are never gonna stop. There's a new movement of black people that think that Native Americans, original natives, were black like them.
Oh yeah, you've heard that. I call them the pretendians. That's exactly what that is. Like y'all are everybody else, and you just
and
it's like, where are you
then
getting these things from?
maybe there was a few Africans that made it out here. Maybe that DNA ended up somewhere in small percentages. And then they'll take that small percentage and magnify it as if that covers everybody, and these are the original ones. That's why there's only a few, because they were the first ones. But what? You have all this evidence of natives that don't look and don't have the same DNA sequencing as a normal sub-Saharan African or West African or even a North African, even the Middle Eastern, if you want to throw that, because that's what an Israelite would be. These Native Americans were genetically just like the Siberians were, man. And then to add more, their culture was very similar to the shamans, the ones that try to get more spiritual. The hair, the hair dresses and the hair coverings, and later on,
I mean, you can see it. You can look and tell, and from the migration of where they stem from, and it's like, brother, it's not the same cultures as the people that came during the transatlantic slave trade. There, wherever those people and their descendants came from, it's not the same cultures that y'all trying to mix together. That's why when we tried to blend all that stuff in at Passovers and them events and all that, it was chaos. It's like, brother, this stuff does not all mix and blend in together the way y'all trying to do it.
And even more on a immune level, on an immunity level, what they call herd immunity, right? Like you have groups of people that have all the same similar immune system. So we're all immune. We're all, there's nothing that's going to come from any one of us that's going to kill another one of us, because we all have similar immune system. Every once in a while you get a crazy mutation. But if you start mingling around a person that just came out of the Amazon right now, you're going to get sick, and they might get sick and die because your germs, they haven't even processed any of that. That's what happened when the Europeans came across the Native Americans. They try to make it seem like the majority of it was all types of diseases that their immune system couldn't handle. That's what a lot of the deaths came from.
The same thing in Africa. You look at all these different conquests and colonialism. That's what happened in most of these places. Is they were not used to, their immune systems could not handle whatever Europeans brought with them. With the exception of, you didn't really see that in India. You didn't really see that as much, and even in them Asian countries. Even though Asia had them locked out for a while too.
That's how long the immune system of a native indigenous person in the Americas, that's how long it's been separated from the rest of the world. Like they came to a new part of the world and they evolved on their own, take it for what you want. I mean, 20,000 years, a little evolution is going to creep up in there, and they're going to start moving on a whole different direction than people that live, in the Middle East and West Africa and all of that. they eat certain things that we never ate. They, all of that.
When you're trying to take the spiritual route to the beginning and all this creation and evolution and all that, you're trying to take the shortcut, is what people are doing. And they're just trying to come up with a brief summary of something they don't understand, can't break down nothing, can't go into no biology and none of this stuff. And like I said, that's what people are doing. It's really become a lazy way of trying to figure out the beginning of things in real science and knowledge. Not saying there's not knowledge in this stuff, but people they go out of their pay grade when they start trying to go into the breakdown of the earth and all that type stuff, and you're trying to use the Bible and all that to do it. Like, bro, you don't have to understand these elements and all this stuff. It's not in there what y'all are trying to explain. That's what the problem is.
There's a lot of time that needs to be put into some of these topics before any of us can even start speaking on it on a very intellectual level. Like I'd be listening to some of my videos, and I'm like, this is not even a high intellectual conversation sometimes that I'd be having with these Hebrew Israelites, because you got to stay low level with them. You got to keep it very simple. You know, things go over their head. They don't accept, you know, certain evidence. And it's like, and then sometimes I don't know how to explain things the best way either. I'm not an expert either.
I
So
mean,
I
that's
like, you
you
know,
just said it
and I'm not
too.
going to claim to be.
There's experts in these fields, and if you're going into the Bible and theology and all that, there's experts in different levels of all this stuff we're talking about within your Bible. There's
But
experts on the language. There's
I know my lane, bro. I got me and Vocab Malone been like talking about a debate.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be straight up, so I'm not ready for that, cat.
No, no.
I'm
And
just,
that's
and
and you
I'm not
and
even
you,
trying to put so much time into learning theology the way that he learned it, because
and that's exactly what I
it's
tell
just,
people
why
all the
would I?
time. Like that's just not my lane anymore. So I'm
Yeah,
not gonna put that. I mean, you're telling something that people dedicate their whole lives to learning, and
yeah,
you done been in this stuff for damn 3 years,
yeah,
and now you're an expert. Oh, I know the Bible front to back, and it's like, brother,
yeah,
that's all that it is. You know what it says in there, but you don't know what it's talking about. You don't know none of
yeah,
the history, none of the language. I ask people, like,
and yeah,
you
you
do
have,
not know the day-to-day mind frame of a Hebrew Israelite that was living 4,000 years ago. You don't. You don't know what they ate, brother, how their thought was as they went out throughout the day. You just think they went around God, God, God all day. And it's like these
mm-hmm.
people had entire lives they led.
Right, right.
It's just that's where, but that's where the people in these cults is at right now. They don't understand the fact, like, these people actually had lives they lived, while y'all are like obsessed with something you
Mm.
don't even understand, and just
Yeah.
being led astray by some numbskull damn leadership. I'm looking
Yeah.
at another one, Dr. Umar. I'm not gonna get off him either. This brother dang, so, damn pandering to the black woman, black queens forever, snow bunnies never, black queens forever. I know the sisters
Right.
on here love it. They love hearing that. But look at what he was doing. He was hustling y'all. Now his school is up for foreclosure, about to be auctioned off, and he now got $500 dinner dates to give donations to his school. He'll take you out to whatever restaurant you want off your $500 that goes to donate it to his school. But whatever restaurant you want, you get to go on a dinner date with Dr. Umar Johnson, who I don't
Mm.
even think is a certified licensed doctor in his field. He's supposed to be some type of into psychology and all that. Like, people are just coming up out of the woodworks hustling people with these identity hustles.
Yep.
I keep on telling people, if you are still feeling you're in this it's us against them mentality and all that, they already got you. You're just gonna fall victims for this type stuff. And we have to build together and come together. When you still ask that question, why can't we just come together? Well, ask your family that first. If you can't even start with your own blood family, how the hell are you going to get a whole nation of people together? You can't even get your brother and sister to sit down at the table together. It's like people's minds is really warped on some stuff where it's like, brother, you're not dealing with reality.
No.
Because I think that's what I was telling my old predecessor. I was like, it's really kind of messed up when you think about it, because some of us came from homes with fathers and all that up in there. And for you to get sent off where you actually kind of started looking at other men as father figures and all that, and looking to them for guidance, you actually got biological fathers here that you can sit and talk to and call and all that. That is actually crazy right there. It shows you how your mind was really warped.
Right.
So I just seen the brother had a picture of Shar up on his Facebook page, like he's really sitting with somebody. I'm like, brother, that's just an old brother, but you think you're standing next to an apostle of God. Which still makes me wonder with him. I always wonder with Shar and Ariel, like, did he really convince y'all that y'all are the apostles? Were y'all really believe that? Or y'all like, I don't
Right.
know if I am, but I'm just going with the flow. Because that's a bold claim right there, that you were one of the apostles that walked with Christ and you're back, pretty much. At first, they really wasn't teaching that like that, and then they kind of started more accepting that role. Like, man, we were them dudes was back there that was back there with Christ.
So modest, such modest people, man. These are crazy, man.
The other brother that was on,
they also have a lot of like privilege. Like they believe that they're supposed to be treated better than everybody else. So sometimes, you know, they might treat you a certain way, and you'd be like, "Yo, you know, how come you're able to talk to me or do this and say this to me?" But then when I say it, it's like the end of the world, because you really got to see how narcissistic some of these beliefs are. It's not about Jesus Christ or God or love. It's like about themselves. This is people. This is what some of this stuff is about. They want to be smart so they could feel good about themselves and get more girls or something. You know,
that's what holy apostle actually meant. Tiles put that on their titles. He said holy meant set apart, so they could do certain things that regular congregation members couldn't do.
That's exactly what he started doing. He started saying that they were holy apostles, and holy means separate for God, for God's use or whatever. So, but is that's a recipe for disaster, man.
Disaster.
But how do you allow that? And at the same time, you got to stick to certain rules that are rigorous and just overbearing. And I don't want to make it seem like, oh, I wasn't complaining doing this stuff. I was doing it for years. But after a while of you getting used, something's got to give, and you got to throw your hands up. I mean, you're going to react a certain way. Not everybody reacts the same way. The way that I reacted was just to kind of quietly, bow out of this shit and get myself put out.
I think the better and more you know the Bible, in certain cases, it brings a level of rebellion in you eventually, where you just start seeing like, nowhere is this written that you actually should be being treated this way, have to deal with this and all that. You're just start looking like, where is that at in the scriptures? Constantly with all these new orders and all, you just start naturally getting rebellious to certain stuff.
Right.
Or you just one of the people that don't know none of the scriptures, and you just naturally rebellious, because you had some people in there like that. They liked it what they heard, but they didn't give a damn. They wasn't going to be like, look, you're not going to talk to me that way. I'm not doing this and all that. And the first time they got where they felt like you were trying to control them, they was out. Like, no, I'm not with that. I like what y'all talking about, but I'm just not for the mind control stuff.
Yeah. There was brothers like that would never join the Hebrew Academy, and they would ask those questions that people would look at them and be like, yo, you would get cut with your rank if you had rank asking certain questions like that. He would ask this dude, what was some of the controversial questions. One dude stood up one time and asked, can we know where our money goes, and like can we see an account of what it gets done with our money? And he got cut the hell up for that.
I'm trying to remember. I remember some old dude. It was an older dude that asked that question one time. He was from Florida too. He had the most disgusting beard I had seen. His beard was just nasty. I'm gonna just have to say it. He just had his stuff all dreaded up in little clots, and it looked like parts was like needing to fall, being clipped off. I was
I
like,
know who
this
you're talking
dude's
about.
yeah. That he asked that question.
Right.
And boy got silenced on the spot, and they had ties straight. Said, look, that brother cannot ask no more questions for the rest of the major conference. What you mean where the money's going, brother? Look at where you sitting in where the money's going.
That's Yahweh. Anthony Lobo, Yahweh. Yahweh was
he was older.
He'd be like, but sir.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's him. That's Yahweh. He'd be like, sir, I have a question, sir. He was funny as hell, man. I can't
He
believe
got
I let
shut
him.
down.
I actually let him stay in my crib one time. But it was a bunch of Miami brothers. It was like 7 brothers up in a room, bro. And I didn't have a bed up in that room. I just had like my daughter's crib, and we took the crib out, made some room, and they all just slept on the floor after Tazadakia taught a class one day. You know, they didn't want to go home because it was a Friday night class, and then he was going to teach the Sabbath. So they wanted to,
Right.
they want to drive back and forth to Miami and all of that. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a good old time.
Yeah, but yeah, that's cool for you for like a night. But you had other situations where this turned into permanent stays or overextended stays in certain cases too. Like, all right, this brother's just been
Man,
living with you for damn the past 8 months. He started out paying a little something in rent and all that. Now this brother ain't got no job. He just want to go and hand out flyers. Like you had some real chaotic situations.
Yep.
So I mean, yeah, the whole thing is recipe for disaster. I'm just scrolling through the YouTube. It's like once you get these algorithms in, they're showing all these damn hustling pastors now.
It says A Sharp says Shar nodding his head yes to anything. Comfy said he said hold on. Shar is nodding his head yes to anything Comfy said with his bobblehead. I just picture his big ass head just constantly.
Yeah, and that was it. That's a damn shame. I forgot it was one of them other Israelite groups, older one, and they said that too. He's like, man, it's a damn shame what you done reduced Shar to, just sitting in the background, nodding his head like a little kid, grinning ear to ear, so yep. And that really was what Shar got turned into.
That's
A
crazy.
300-pound, damn 6 foot something, yes man.
Tell me how I got it. Dude, you got like 20 cars. Luxury cars. I got 20 cars? I got 20 cars? Didn't you just say, wait a minute. Didn't you just say? Now, this came from you that came from the FBI. You just said that all of my cars is in the church's name. Which means I don't have cars. I mean, the churches have cars. No, well, wait a minute. Okay? If all of my cars is in the church's name, then you can't come and tell me you run around, you own all these cars. If they not my cars, then how you coming to me about that? Let me ask you a question about the FBI. The Mercedes-Benz that they drive around in, the Army Mercedes-Benz, and all the cars that they drive around in, can you tell me who pays for that? So now, where's your picket sign, and why are you not in front of the White House saying all these impoverished people in the world, and the president has a motorcade of limousine, the president has a 747, everything that he has is bought by the government that's actually paid for by the people.
You see this right here, man? He's like basically saying if the government could do it, then why can't I do it? Why are you not picketing the government with all these hungry people in the world? What the hell does America have to do with hungry people in the world, first of all? But yeah, that's crazy. That's like,
That's an insane send off in comparison. Like to put yourself on that level of comparison, like that's logical, is insane.
That's like Nino Brown saying, I'm not the biggest drug dealer. I don't own any poppy seeds. Nobody owns poppy seeds in Harlem. You need to be it's like now you don't know who the enemy is. It's like, okay, well, now there was a boogeyman over here. Just we supposed to be mad at society at large or something. So now we gotta forget about what you did because everybody does something. Pretty much is what he's trying to say.
That is a total madman diversion tactic. I like to even entertain that. Like, brother, are you listening to yourself?
And then
you're
they think
mentioning
the
whole government, and you're comparing that to what you're using your own personal Bentley for.
And you know that there's no logic behind this. He's nothing but emotion.
None.
He's yelling and trying to make you feel instead of think. So that's why he does all that screeching and yelling. He don't want to make you really focus on what he's saying. All you hear is, and you feel like, what the fuck, this shit feels crazy. You know, like how the hell do you, you know, like it's like I listened to these conversations back then in 2015 when we were talking, you know, we calling in. I called in. I was hoping I could get a conversation. I probably would not have been able to really come up with nothing much besides Yahalama or something. I probably would have brought that up. But
remember, he was calling you out up on that one show. He was saying, like, I want
this one right
Miguel.
here, yeah, this
I
was
want
it.
Miguel.
This was it. I was on there for a good minute towards, you know, towards I got in there for a good 2.5 hours, I think, of the 4 hours. I think I got in like two.
Yeah, we didn't even know who you was at that time. Now I think about it. He was calling you out. Got obsessed with you for a second.
Yeah, I was on the internet. I was on Facebook and I was on their Block Talk Radio videos or whatever. I was on there under their videos in the comments, putting mad stuff. Then I would take a screenshot of it and I would put it on the Facebook group and show everybody else, yo, look at this comment I put. Anthony Lobo was on there. I know he was on that Facebook group. And he would be one of the ones that would go on, you know, other people too would go on the video and go back and put another comment now. So one video got like a bunch of comments. It went crazy, like with over 100 comments. And they were brothers and sisters. They were members of the ICGJC going back and forth with rebels and antichrist. You know, it was like we were going at it.
That's where you kicked the hornet's nest a little bit. That's what that was.
And I
so he had to
started
come and do a damage control show.
Because we were going on Facebook trying to find any little piece of information, like a Wikipedia page, a Facebook, you know, group or whatever, a Facebook account that has an ICGJC. We were like trying to fish it out. You know, I know I was. There was a few people trying to find more information too. Like we were digging up on the internet, and anything I came across, I would share it on there on that Facebook group. And there was a good amount of people on there that were trying to, you know, take this place down, man. Like that place ruffled a lot of feathers, man. Some people left and they wasn't whatever. They don't want to talk about it or they don't care about it. I know me, I was ready to damn get at these cats, man, anyway, you know, and it was confirming, you know, everything that I knew and I felt was wrong. All the people around and all the information we started to gather, man. Yeah, it was a great time, man. That's like when I really mentally I was getting free. And then little by little, I started learning more and more. I started figuring it out and knowing how to respond, because the scriptures was really what had me tied down to the at least to the doctrine of the Hebrew Israelite, you know, because I was even considering going to IUIC, you know, and I remember studying the 10 tribes breakdown, and then I called my cousin who wanted me to go to the church out here in Apopka, Florida. It was like 45 minutes, a little drive. Like 45-minute drive from where I'm at, Popka, Florida. And they got a church out there. And he was like, you could go out there on the Sabbath and ask whatever questions. So then I started asking him questions. And he was like trying to get into argument with me because I was asking him, what is through that? Why does it say through that country? How can you go through a country? I started figuring that out. I remember when I put that together, I kept running with that, man. I kept asking people that, and I never got a good answer. And I realized that that's how you know that whole 10 tribe shit is bullshit, because they will lie to you and tell you that through that country means that they just got to America to that country, but that's not what it says. So they changing the meaning. Like that was a big red flag for me. That's why I left the ICGJC mentally, because I was still kind of like, you know, I was torn, man. You know, I was torn about like the doctrine. I knew Tazadakia was the devil. The first thing that really, you know, that really woke me up. It was Tazadakia and all this evil shit. And that was, you know, it was easy for me to say, okay, well, what else is true then now? You know,
once I understood the whole doctrine was based on an agenda, I let all that stuff go coming up out of there. Like I said, I was still trying to figure out what was what, but I just came up out of there like, man, please, I just got to see what is truth now. And as I started listening to people trying to debate on, we're still the people of God, you know, the leadership was just wicked. Then you'd hear other people debate on things like, can the Gentiles come in and all this stuff, and it just started making sense. Like, really, neither one of y'all really know what you're talking about, or both sides have a good argument. So what really do you go with? This stuff is lost in translation. And then when you go into it even further and you start, just like you're talking with vocab, you start going into the real apologist stuff where you're going into the history, the lexicons, and the different translation. You start
Yeah.
seeing like, man, this is not no scratch the surface stuff if you're going to go into it. Just like I said, people spend their whole lifetimes just trying to figure out what the Semitic languages of the Bible was. You got an
Yeah.
expert in that. You got an expert in the archaeology, an expert up in the dress code, an expert in the diet. This is a whole vast culture that people are trying to pretty much summarize within a couple of years of them reading 3 chapters every Saturday. And they think they now are experts on the Bible, speaking a language that's not even Hebrew, that you don't even
And
speak thoroughly. That's the
and then
crazy part.
and then we only stuck to a translation that was a little harder to understand because it's a different dialect of English.
A not even very good translation. No, you should have said it for
Yeah.
what it is.
I
If
mean,
we would have been doing
the perfect example of how we can misunderstand a basic thing is oppression makes a wise man mad. They always try to make it seem like that means angry, but when you look at what the
It means
Hebrew word, it means
crazy.
crazy. So
Yeah, and
that
that's what I'm
basic
saying.
thing.
No one
That's
even speaks that way. You don't say, "How are ye, brother?" when you see somebody. Like, you don't even talk that way, but you're sitting there reading from the Bible, trying to get understanding in that language. Oh, it's more direct this way. No, it's actually not. That's what the other versions are. The other versions are more direct. When you read an NIV, a NEV, a RSV, that's what's more direct. The King James, you read it and then have to look up a word, look it up in the dictionary to see what it's talking about, which makes no sense. Then you'll
right.
read it in an NIV or RSV, and what you looked up in the dictionary, it says the same thing in that translation. So it's like they had us just studying backwards in a way that made no sense. It was a total brainwash.
Wait.
And in there,
What is this? What is there was a tranny? What are you talking about? I think I remember hearing about this. What in the church? Do you know about that? There was a transformer that came in the church. Whoa. I didn't know that. That's crazy. In Miami? I could see that happen in Miami.
no, the last Holy Rank review, then whatever that was at, the 2019 one, that's what Tyler's big spiritual revelation was, that he's seen the brother that's trying to sneak him a damn tranny up in the church and have it pose as his wife, and he's been the
My
Lord is
God.
exposed and all that. You had the brothers in there in shock. I'm
Get
sitting in
out
there
of
at
here.
this point like, this is what we came up to major council for. This is what's going on in the greatest nation that's getting ready to take over the planet. We're fighting now against trannies coming up in the church and a brother trying to keep one in the church as his wife. I was like, man, this is, and I was out of there in about a month or two later.
Oh, New York. Yeah, that's big in New York, man. I was just there in July. Man, I've progressively have seen, especially Manhattan, just go downhill, man, with the drugs and the homelessness and the nastiness. I mean, I saw human feces on the corner of damn 31st Street and 6th Avenue, like in the morning. I was like, this is
I have
crazy, man.
no reason to ever need to go back to New York,
Yeah,
Philly,
forget it. Forget
Baltimore
about it.
again. Never
I'll tell
again will
you.
I go back. There's no purpose for me to go out there anymore. And then just seeing what's happened with them, it's like, well, I already know what that is. But Minneapolis is getting like that too a little bit in certain areas. I can't even lie. There's
No,
certain
I
areas
know.
where you're like, this shit is
There's
actually getting crazy.
there's this like little documentary on YouTube. I forgot who did it, but it's pretty good. It's called The Fall of Minneapolis. Really
I already
good, man. You
watched.
should watch
I already watched that. It's
Oh, you
it's a
did?
little bit. They didn't get as nitty gritty as they could have because they just went over to
Right.
the Riverside Somali area. But that stuff is getting crazy though. Minneapolis has definitely changed. I need to get out and do a
I
documentary up on
distinctly
that mug.
remember in like 2016. I already this is after Mike Brown. This is after Trayvon. You know, there was something brewing, especially in the black community. I started noticing outside, I mean, all over the United States. There was more of a lawlessness, it seems, or like just this, F America, after police.
F-12. No, that's where
Yeah,
F-12 started coming in.
F-12 is a new thing, and we used to say F-50 after police. That's a new thing now. ACAB.
That 12 that was some Atlanta thing that just crept up over everywhere. But
Yeah,
that's
so
with
so
that
what
because
I
then you had
saw
the
in
Philando Castello. That
I
was
distinctly like remember 2016 in Minneapolis.
was that with
A news
Philando
report.
Castello?
It was like a news report that had a drone camera showing a bunch of kids robbing, and the people that were getting robbed were nothing but white people, and it were groups of black young teens downtown terrorizing people, getting their phones, and then they'll take their phones and put it in a box that's downtown where they gives them $200 per phone.
Because Philando Castello, that was 2016
Oh
too.
yeah.
So you might be about right with that.
Philando
That
Castile.
was. Yeah, no, I can actually say that's when I just noticed, like, the city was changing up something serious there.
Where was
Because
that
just
at?
like I said,
That was in Minneapolis?
that was that's like Falcon Heights. That's like right outside of St. Paul, which is right next door to Minneapolis.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize
That's why it's
that. 'Cause
called
I remember
that's why it's called the Twin Cities, because St. Paul and Minneapolis is damn near it's the same city the same two cities that don't deal with each other pretty much. That's right
Right.
next door to each other. But
Yeah.
2016, that was about to start, and now you just see where it is. Because, like I said, when I sent you that article with that Catholic church shooting, that's
But then
crazy. My daughter went to that
y'all
school too.
had a mayor during George Floyd's time that was soft as hell, man, and like people were getting off. Like
It's the same
that's another
mayor.
thing. Like people were doing crazy shit in the streets. There was a dude that shot at a cop, and he got off. It was crazy because it was like a whole
Oh
crazy
yeah. That was during
black
when they
dude.
actually had the riots going on. Yeah, that was during the riots and all the unrest and all that.
And
And
I
the
don't want to hear
police
that. Oh,
somehow.
I don't want to hear he was probably white, bro. It was a black dude
No,
that
it was a
shot at
black dude.
cops. No,
Look,
yeah.
loophole. The
I'm just
officer
saying.
somehow didn't announce himself, and that was
Right.
the loophole. He didn't announce
Yeah.
himself, so dude
Right.
said, "Look, I'm armed." That's the only reason why he
Yeah.
got off too.
Yeah.
He was licensed, but
Right.
like I said, the police didn't.
He was licensed, and police shot at him with rubber bullets.
Yep,
And
he
and I
fired
think
back.
Yeah, and he shot back. But it was like people out in the streets. They were like in the parking lot somewhere. Like it was chaos in the streets, and people were
No,
getting caught up.
bro.
Police were trying to like crack down, but then you got
I
the city doesn't back
tell
up the police. So
I
the
tell
city
everybody.
releases all the criminals back into the streets.
When
It's
you
crazy.
got the right lawyers and there's that loophole, it's not just, oh, he's black, they're going to hang him. It doesn't work that way. Sometimes you got that loophole in the right legal team, you can walk, and it doesn't matter. Like I said, yeah, I know exactly what situation you're talking about. When
Yeah.
but he was licensed. No, it wasn't like they was just damn
Yeah,
gang and open fire. Not he would have been. They would have put him under the jail too.
yeah.
Well, or like I said, I ain't gonna say that he would have just got under the jail, but he would have got some time behind it. But because that was the loophole, the officer didn't announce himself. But no,
That
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 whole
that
time
that
they just put
that's
their hands up in the air. We've never seen that. Like, damn, they literally just said, "No, it fuck it, damn, let them burn the police station." They angry.
you,
Like,
you know
well,
I gotta
everyone
I
just looked
gotta
at that one like, damn.
I have a good friend from Orlando that actually lives in Minneapolis. I didn't realize he moved up there because he keeps to himself. And I just found out. So he said he was like he lives literally like 2 blocks away from where that church got shot up. That school church thing, that
I
Catholic.
told you my daughter went to that same school church before they converted over to a Catholic church. It used to be like a Spanish immersion type joint.
That's
Yep, I know
crazy.
exactly where that is. Like I said, that was that's why I sent you them articles. That was like the third shooting within 24 hours. You had another one on Lake Street where like 6 people got shot, 1 killed, and then like 2 shootings downtown. I don't know what the
How
hell is
but
going on.
like how are the gun laws out there? Because we don't really have shit like that happening in at least in Orlando. I mean, it's not like that. There's
I
certain things that
mean,
go down for sure, but it's
Minneapolis
usually
is conceal in carry, but look, most people that's doing all that shit is not licensed gun owners, so you just
right.
know how that is. There's that's what's going on now. You got the whole ghost guns and all this stuff. Like it's easy as hell to get guns now. So and like I
Yeah,
said,
no.
the more I will say that the morale of the police in Minneapolis is just at an all time low right now. So
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not
That
they're not
that's
on it like they were. Like the police in the '90s was something else compared to where they're at now.
I bet.
They was on it and they had to because it was the level of violence that it was in the '90s, but you had a stronger police presence in force. Now you got the same level of violence with less police, which is crazy.
Wow.
And as they say it, these young brothers be letting people put them in a new category every few years, as they say it, the YNs now. Look, they out here with all type of military issued shits and all that now.
Man, I saw some stuff in Chicago over the weekend. The Labor Day weekend, Chicago was horrible, man. 55 people shot, you
Yep.
know.
And 9 dead, or 9, I think either 9 or 8 dead, one of the two. And people are
Yeah.
literally mad at dang Tone sending the feds in there. Like you have to ask yourself, you say he's coming in. If you say he's coming in there for black and brown people, what are you really saying? If they're saying
Yeah.
we're sending the troops in there to lower the crime and the murder rate, and y'all say this is a war against black and brown people, what are you really saying though?
Right. They're pretty much admitting who's doing most of the crime, pretty much.
I
I
mean,
mean,
at
when
some
you go to these democratic cities, that's how it's gonna be, man. Chicago, the top 5 worst cities. I was looking at it today with
I got a good stand for
per
my phone
capita.
or so. My bad.
It is definitely Detroit, Memphis, St. Louis. You got. I thought Philly was up there, but it's not. What was the other one I saw? Detroit, Memphis, St. Louis, Baltimore,
East St.
Chicago.
Louis is always going to be up in there. Detroit is always going to be up in there.
Yeah, but because Chicago has so many people spread out, it actually lowers the per capita crime rate and murder rate because there's a lot of people, but it
It
still
still doesn't
happens a
matter.
lot.
It's still that bad. That's how you got to look at it. Like, no, it's
Yeah,
still just that bad. You just
yeah,
got so much more. It'd just be like you have a damn cup of water that's tainted versus a dang gallon of water that's tainted. It's
right.
still tainted. You're not gonna want to drink out of either one. It's just the bigger one is diluted a little bit more. That's all that is. It's still gonna be tainted though. So now
Yeah.
Chicago, that's just a whole nother element down there. Because
That's why out
that's
there
where
they had
Minneapolis
to.
got a lot of its ignorance from. Is
I
we
mean,
we
the politicians in Chicago have to figure out how to put money down to track where the gunshots are coming from. So they have like systems to trace like I forgot what they call it. It's like a sound detector you know, so they can tell, okay, the blast came from this area. So they're getting very sophisticated with how to, you know, deal with all the crime.
Yeah, shot spotters. They have that in Minneapolis too. The shot spotters is
Yeah,
that's
there you
that's
go.
in most big urban cities, though. To be honest, they
Yeah,
got
that's
all that
true.
stuff is set up,
Yeah,
and
but
that's what it's
I
like.
think it started in Chicago. I know that it's almost in all of downtown Chicago, like on every block or some shit. It's like not every block, but it's a certain radius. I know it could track up to like certain, you know, but anyways, that's the mayor saying that people should fight back, you know, and don't stand down. You need to stand up, and it might be some real shit happening in Chicago real soon.
I don't know why people keep on saying that. I said, if y'all think that it's just gonna be some type of civil war that's gonna break out, y'all crazy as hell. The National Guard gonna come down there and them gangs gonna fold in damn 30 days.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
mean,
why people
it ain't gonna be a full on attack and war, but I could definitely
you're
see
you're gonna
I
have
could
some
definitely see
knuckleheads
some
going on.
like I could definitely see some agents, some federal agents getting shot at. I could see that happen, and something's gonna happen out there in Chicago. I don't know, but
Yeah, I wouldn't put that past them, but it's not gonna be like the resistance that people is talking about though.
I
And
mean,
then
we'll
you're
see.
just
There's a lot of people in Chicago that they want to see some change because you
if
know they've
it
been
would have
dealing with it
been
for long.
if it would have been like the 1980s Chicago where those groups were really organized, that would have been a whole different problem. But these young kids and all that is going, like I said, I give it about 30 to 60 days. They would have that stuff cleaned up. Because do you
Yeah.
ever think that America can get to a low level of crime like you look at a place like Japan or something like that on that level?
I mean, if you look at some places in the United States, it's pretty good. In like Maine, if you go up to Maine and Rhode Island, there's really not that
Yeah.
much crazy shit happening like that over there. You know,
So
and
that's why they were so upset with the opioid epidemic that happened. They're like, man, our shit was quiet and cool out here, and
yeah,
now this shit's spreading out here. Yeah, place like Seattle and all that type stuff, but it's just
yeah,
like I'm talking about nationwide. Like I
yeah.
said, I don't see why people don't think that eventually would come here eventually, unless y'all just say, well, that's what they want here. But then it's like if they really do a crackdown, you're gonna have people claiming that you're being oppressed.
Hmm. Mm-mm.
So it's like, what do you really want? You have to really pick your poison on that one.
I don't know, man. I know that there's definitely a lot of things to worry about. Shootings is one thing, and depending where you're at. But drugs is probably the number one. The opioid and all of that, and the fentanyl. That's probably really tearing down this country more than I don't know anything else I could think of right now. Is all of that and the homelessness that I've been seeing with my own eyes. You know, in places that I normally you know, frequent, I'm seeing, you know, the same homeless people that I go back to now. I'm starting to recognize the same homeless people now in the same areas. You know, it's like, all right, this
That's
guy be over here. I see. It's crazy. Like, how is that happening now? Like, there's tents set up right next to the damn supermarket, bro. You know,
yeah, they
bro.
saying Miami is really bad with homelessness and all that now too.
Yeah, Florida is up there. California is number one. New York City's number two, and Florida. I'm sorry, California's number one. New York State is number two because of New York City, and then Florida.
Oh, you said
But
it right, New York City.
yeah, that's pretty much where the majority of them are. I mean,
That's where it's at. And still you get up to
but
like,
when
yeah,
I was out
Buffalo ain't even
there,
that big.
when I was out there on July 4th weekend, I went out for a walk like 6:30 in the morning, bro. I woke up early. I see a homeless guy sleeping on the corner there with a coffee. Somebody put a cup of coffee next to his head and a banana. And I do a long walk, man. I'm talking about like 3 hours. I go all the way down to Hudson Yards, the Hudson River area. It's real nice down there right now. So there's some parts that's nice, but then you go 3 blocks down, 10-minute walk, and it's like you come back to certain parts of it just looks disgusting, and it's like right by where a lot of tourists are. So it's a weird combination of like homeless, drugs, and people selling weed trying to sell weed to tourists in the streets, and trying to sell the city the tour rides and stuff. And they'd be scamming. There'd be scams out there too. Everybody's hustling. But I do a 3-hour walk. I come back, bro. That homeless person is still on the ground there, sleeping with the banana and the coffee right next to his head. And
you say
I
sleeping, might have been passed out.
I saw a video of a homeless guy in a train sleeping in like this corner end of a train station or whatever in the subway. And he's under a blanket, and you see like rats coming in and out of the blanket, and the blanket is moving, and somebody comes and walks towards it and says, "Yo," and the homeless guy moves, and like 20 rats fly, like leave from under the blanket. I want to show you. I actually want to see that video. That's crazy. They probably don't have that.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't even want to see it, but I'm gonna let you pull it up. That sounds disgusting.
Nah, I'm tired of looking at New York City videos like that. I don't know.
I thought you said
I've been keeping up with certain cities, like certain things that's going on, and I mean New York City has definitely fallen. Like maybe it's just from what I saw, but ever since I left in 2001, I moved back in 2003, and then came back to Orlando in 2004. Ever since 2004, definitely, I've been seeing like just way more lawlessness, and this is crazy, man. I can never move back. I don't care how much money I'm making. I would never move back over there. But at the same time, there's a lot of opportunity and money to be made out there that's very attractive, but I don't know.
Yeah, if you live in New York, you have to be making real money out there. You can't be out in New York doing no mediocre type stuff. You have to really have money where you can enjoy the amenities of New York. If not, with the East Coast, that's the problem with I don't like the East Coast. Like when they keep you in poverty in the East Coast, they keep you in poverty. It's like there's no middle ground. The Midwest, that's why people say, fuck it, we'll deal with a little bit of the cold, because the cost of living kind of make you live a little bit more comfortably, where you're just not in just deep poverty, the hood.
Yep.
I'll put it this way. There's hoods in Minneapolis, but there's not ghettos. That's the difference.
But the thing with Florida is
out
weird.
East,
It's like
y'all got some ghettos.
People like down here in Florida like to like live off the grid and live in the woods somewhere. Like they get comfortable doing that. But it's usually drug addicts. But it's like it just becomes their life, and they don't. Bro, how can you go back to normalcy after that? Like I see what they do all day long. They just
trailer in the Everglades.
Yeah, there you go. And they panhandle on certain corners, and I mean,
that warm weather makes it a little bit easier to also be homeless too.
Yeah, that's true. Because you could find some shade and get some, but when it's cold, that's hard.
Even though that heat will kill you too, though, if you don't got the right shelter and all that stuff too, though. So I guess it can still be almost just dangerous, but you don't really hear about people freezing to death up here like that from being homeless and stuff like that. That's the thing why even with these blue liberal states, that they kind of do cater to some of that type stuff, and in some cases I'll say they handle it well in certain places. Certain the red states, that you're not going to get that pandering to you like that. They're gonna be like, listen,
there's so much corruption too. There's like so much
That's part of
corruption.
it too.
I think
That's part of it too, though, because it is big business. There's a
there's a
lot of
lot. There's a lot of
siphoning
money.
of
Yeah,
that money.
there's
Yeah, there.
there's
That's
money
that's
that comes
why.
into these programs, and
That's
bro,
why the
like
mayor of Chicago
the
is saying,
homelessness is crazy in California. Look how much money Gavin Newsom.
and Chicago. Look at both of them. They don't want the troops. They want the money. They're saying, no, give us the money. We'll deal with our own problems. It's like y'all are showing you can't deal with this problem. So what is giving y'all more money gonna do?
And they're putting more money into the problem, and it's actually gotten worse in California. It's like I forgot how much they said it's billions. It's up to like the billions, I think now. It's insane, bro, how much money they spend on homelessness, and then where's it going? Like where there should be a state-of-the-art homeless center, at least for veterans. Do something for the veterans, because there's a lot of homeless veterans. That's another thing, you know. So people with mental issues sometimes go homeless too. It's not just drugs and alcohol.
No, I was just telling my boy that. I was like, bro, that's a big money grab, and that's why you don't really see the problem being fixed.
Yeah,
Like
right.
this place is, you have to accept the capitalism of this country, and they're not focused on social issues like they portray like that. So that's huge business. But yeah, you see in Chicago, that's what he's demanding too. He wants the money and not no troops to set no order and all that. All right, so you got this damn rats video pulled up. That is disgusting right there.
I mean, a thing too with these issues
See,
is
at that
that
point, you gotta be on like serious drugs or almost dying for rats to be that comfortable up under you like that, though.
right. But the thing about a politician too is that they're going to be there to solve problems, you know. So problems is kind of their business. So it's like if problems go away, there's not going to be no more business for them. So they have to keep problems.
That's what I'm saying.
Like they can't solve everything, otherwise they won't have a job.
Some of these dudes, like when they know it's going to be their last term, or they're getting ready to go ahead and hand over the seat and all that, they'll sometimes do the right thing then. But like when they want another few terms and all that, it's all about the money with these guys.
Right. Yeah, I don't trust none of these cats, man, and especially in New York with all that
Because
money in New York too.
you
There's
see
so much
that article you got on the screen where it says these are the real gangster disciples. Chicago resident goes off on liberal. He's probably talking the mayor.
Yeah.
You should pull that one up.
Yeah, what did I just click on? Let me see. That was
you went back to Ty's old.
It said real gangsters.
It said
right?
real gangster disciples. He's talking about Mayor Brandon Newsom, I think.
Right. Mayor Brandon. Nah, it's Brandon Johnson. Yeah. Gavin Newsom is a governor of California.
Cali, yeah.
Yeah,
they're all intertwined. That's why I'm mixing them up.
He's gonna try to run for president in 2028. Watch Gavin Newsom in 2028. Watch.
Keep going.
Damn, it ain't come up.
It wasn't none of them.
There you go. He got a "Make Chicago Uncorrupt Again" hat. Make Chicago uncorrupt again. Yeah, that's what
until you know about HEI. HELOCs are loans
with that comes into the government, and the government is dealing with the taxpayer money, and they're supposed to put it in places to benefit, and they probably give up on things. Because to tell you the truth, I don't know if there's ever going to be a solution for homelessness. Like, just you're not going to get rid of homelessness, but you can definitely curb the problem if you put the money in the right place. So I don't know, but I'm not a politician.
We're safe, but 2 weeks ago they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets.
Take your mind up on Chicago, though.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation.
So President Trump vowed to send in the National Guard troops to Chicago, where 8 people were killed and 50 others were hurt in shootings this weekend. The city leaders remain defiant.
I'm aware that the President of the United States likes to go on television and beg me to call and ask him for troops. I find this extraordinarily strange, as Chicago does not want troops on our streets. I refuse to play a reality game show with Donald Trump again.
The Trump administration continues to try to use the real pain and loss of gun violence victims as a pretext for expanding his own power.
Zoe Lee, founder of Chicago Flips Red, joins us now. Zoe, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thank you for having me.
So they continue to say they don't need the president's help. Do you agree?
No, I disagree. Yesterday, what you witnessed was the useless 5. Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, our Attorney General Kwame Raoul, who we never see, Governor Pritzker, Tony Dwayne Preckwinkle, who's the Cook County Board President, and then we have Mayor Brandon Useless Johnson. They are very unconstitutional. They don't understand.
That Governor Pritzker sucks, man. I definitely remember when he came in last year. He was he's horrible, man. I forgot what is it I don't like about him, but he's definitely a Democrat, and he's one of them people that downplay crime. I forgot what he did, man. He signed some bill of no cash bail, I think is what it is. No cash bail. I think he put that in either 2024 or 2023. So I know him.
Because Chicago is not the only city in Illinois like that. Like East St. Louis is bad like that. You got parts of, what is it, Kankakee like that a little bit.
Bloomfield.
So you have a few different
Springfield.
cities.
Yeah, there's
Springfield.
Yeah, there's, I forget the.
So there's a few cities like that, and some of them you just don't hear about.
Cicero. That's north of Chicago. Yeah, there's I forget where.
That's more of it. Chicago is that big. See, some of those are just different areas, but it's still all part of Chicago. That's like how big that city is. Like that's a huge city. Because we used to go through there when we used to go to New York, and we would stop off in Chicago sometimes and get stuff to eat and all that in Chicago.
Oh yeah, they got some good food out there. That's what I hear. Yeah, but did you used to have to go through Milwaukee too?
No, we skipped Milwaukee. We went through there a couple times, but we never stopped through Milwaukee.
That's a little more north of Illinois. That's
it's more northeast
because it's east of Minnesota.
Yeah, and it's like at the it's like at the east end of Wisconsin. That's the funny thing about Milwaukee. It's really out of the way unless you're going to Milwaukee. Like there's almost no if you're traveling just past through Milwaukee. You're pretty much going out the way.
Because I know like Kenosha, Wisconsin is not too far from Illinois. It's actually like right there, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then it looks like the state from there, north of Illinois is more west. They got like Madison County and all of that, right? What's that other area in Wisconsin? But either way, Wisconsin, I was going to say, I mentioned Milwaukee because Milwaukee's another city that's actually been going up in the rankings of high.
Milwaukee is really the only real cultural city, if you want to use that word, in Wisconsin. All the rest of Wisconsin is pretty much just white bread, dang, cow and cheese. Dang, they're like that. Milwaukee or Wisconsin is like that. You got Madison, but there's not much going on in Madison, Wisconsin like that. Milwaukee, that's their baby, Chicago, and all that stuff. And then I think they got some Detroit influence too.
Gotcha. There's Fond du Lac, I think, Wisconsin.
I ain't even heard of that. Yeah, I ain't even heard of that.
Oh, no, I think that's more north. I think that's more north, but it's still like a little east. But there's a lot of gangs in that whole area. You know, like they go all up and down. I don't know what highway goes up there, but it seems like there's a whole connection with them gangster disciples. They all heavy out there in Milwaukee and in Chicago. You know, like
Yeah.
it's huge. But yeah, let me hear some more.
Law, and they don't understand order. We have an education crisis in the city of Chicago. We have a mental health crisis in Chicago. Our children are dealing with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, that a lot of people do not know in our communities because we're not taught about mental health. I am originally from Albany, New York. I am a suburb kid. I grew up in the suburbs, and I've never had to deal with gun violence until I was older and in my mid-20s when I moved to Chicago.
To tell you the truth, New York City, growing up in New York City, I never heard gunshots crazy like that. You know, I just didn't. It wasn't in New York City is a lot of people, so the crime is always going to be like the numbers are always going to be sky high because the raw numbers, you know, it's just crazy. It's just it's called the law of large numbers. Statistically, the more amount of things you have, the more of a chance that some, you know, if there's more people, of course there's going to be more shootings, there's going to be more everything. So that's why they do per capita to figure out, okay, well, for every 1,000 people, how much crime you got going on. So that way you can kind of narrow it down and figure out the rate at which whatever crime you're trying to calculate is happening. And Philly is definitely one of the worst ones. I know we got people in Philly in here. I think when it comes to shootings though, um, Chicago and Philly, I think, are the top two. Detroit and Baltimore are also up there, man. You know, and these are places where the gun laws are, you know, well, New York City at least it's pretty strict.
You said it
In
too.
Philly,
St. Louis is up there too.
I feel like
And
Philly
then
has pretty strict gun laws too.
but with New York, they kind of did a pretty good crime crackdown like in the like 2000s. Because New York kind of had lost its little rep and all
Yeah,
that by the 2000s, where it wasn't grimy BK and all that we came up with. It wasn't that same stuff like Biggie and all them was talking about and all that in the
right.
2000s. You know, it was
Yeah,
coming with the dip set and the swag and all that. So New York kind of lost its gangsterism, so to speak, in the 2000s. You
yeah,
still had them rough dudes, you know, your Manos and all them True Lives and all them out there, but it wasn't the same.
yeah, yeah. That thing is, New York City is just so small that anything could pop off at any time, and I've definitely, I mean, I've heard gunshots in Queens before, but Queens is more suburb. You know, I know there's
Oh,
certain parts.
they
Like,
definitely look at y'all in Queens as the softest of New York. Between that and Staten Island, yeah, y'all are looked at as the softest boroughs. Like, you can't even
yeah,
front on
we
that
don't
one.
we don't shoot. I don't know. Where I was at,
Y'all
we had
handle
a
business, but y'all ain't
yeah.
known for being shooters.
Nah, we play basketball and baseball and stuff, football and all that. That's what we cared about,
Yeah,
and try to
yeah,
chase
yeah.
girls. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
later
sweet up
on,
in Queens.
we started carrying like box cutters and shit. You know, like I started carrying certain things on me because you know that's what people do. At least the people I was around, all these Hispanics, you know, got knives and shit.
No,
That's a
I
thing we
liked
have.
it Queens though. I remember when I did stay back from the cult. I actually stayed back in New York. The cult had left and went back to Minnesota, and I was able to stay back for a few days. And yeah, I went all throughout Queens. Like I said, damn, I
Yeah,
had good food out there. Went to their little mall, bought some clothes and all that out there. So yeah, Queens was cool. I was like, all right, this side of New York isn't that bad.
the time that I spent in Queens while I was out there last month or July 4th, that was the best, most like relaxing time. And every other time, I don't know why, it just felt so hectic. It's just you just surrounded by so much people. The city's really dirty too. Certain parts is like just have a bad smell to it, man. That just doesn't go away. The subways has become a place for people to, to do all types of crazy stuff. People live down there, man.
I kind of be wondering that stuff. I just feel like, dang, you just look at New York and say, this is where I really want to raise a family at, right here in New York City.
Yeah, no.
I just
That's a
couldn't do it.
place. Yeah, that's a place for a single person that's young. That's a place where you go to work, get some money, have fun. Maybe like if you're not from there, if you're from there, you just don't, you want to kind of get money and then get out. That's how it always is, I think. I mean, not for everybody, but they won't go too far. Maybe they'll go to Jersey, but or Long Island if they get some money. But I'll tell you right now, man, I'm seeing a lot of New Yorkers, like the natural New Yorkers, just leaving and branching out. Maybe they'll have some families that stay out there, so they'll have a connection to it. But the majority of people that got money, in New York City, that are the young ones that are working, and I'm seeing a lot of people from other states, from the Midwest. They're actually coming out to New York City because they want to live that city life. And I think it's happening more now. And you see that change. That's why Brooklyn changed so much. Brooklyn got really soft too. Brooklyn used to be tough. It's fucking Brooklyn. It's just now there's still like maybe three or four neighborhoods, maybe more than that. But it's really like, I'll say for the really bad neighborhoods, I'll say probably two. Brownsville and East New York has really bad neighborhoods in Brooklyn that there's gunshots and shootings for sure. There's people fighting. There's all types of stuff, mad drugs, weed all over the place. Little kids selling weed on bicycle. I remember I went to a recording studio in East New York one time. I got off the train and I'm walking by the corner store. There's a little 9-year-old he was like 10. He couldn't be older than 10. Trying to sell me weed, bro. Little kid. And you go back to Brownsville and East New York, and it's still the same.
To be honest, that still ain't really nothing new, though, to be honest. It's just probably more widespread now.
Yeah.
But no, a lot of people move to these big cities, though, as transplants, because transplants generally do good in major cities. In a lot of them, I should say. That's why you'll have people moving to your Atlantas, Houstons, and all these different cities, LA and all that. But they're now starting to see, like, dang, these cities have gotten run down over time. They're not still building. They're not able to maintain.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've seen some parts. Like I said, there's a part of New York City that they actually rebuilt a bunch of old like docks, and it's right by the Hudson River. It's called the Hudson Yards. There's a lot of money that was put into that. I think Trump got in on some property out there too pretty early, and that property is skyrocketing. Like you don't have to leave your building, which is, it's a nice area. But the thing about New York City is that everything's so close that you have people that wander into nice areas. So now they're building like big buildings that have everything you need in the building, from gyms to banks, pools.
Yeah, the grocery store is right underneath the building.
Supermarket right there at the bottom.
They're doing that everywhere. I keep telling people are just like, do not be paying attention to what's going around all around the country. They keep screaming gentrification, this gentrification, that. It's more than that. They're literally remodeling and rescoping America right before your eyes. Like you're seeing that more of these apartment buildings going up, the stores and everything is right there included, where they can pretty much keep people within like 3 and 4 block radiuses of everything you need.
And that's a bad recipe when you have
that's
such
how
a
a lot
big.
of people are living now too.
That's
Like
the
if
crazy
you,
though. Think about how wide the gap is in the what do you call your income? You know, like you have poor people that make nothing, homeless people living in close vicinity to people that are making millions of dollars, pretty much.
yeah, there is a
But
lot of
that's
encroaching
also
going on.
yeah, and that is becomes a easier way for the rich people to buy out the property that gets run down. Now they can take those properties that are low in value and get all those people out now. So it's kind of an advantage, because
Monopoly.
there's like essentially no middle class now. I mean, there's a middle class, but it's shrinking. And what you see more of is a big uh what do they call that? In income. It's like big diverse from it's like a big range from really poor to really rich. And there's a less and less middle class that are I guess the blue collar people.
It's getting harder for the lower middle class
Yeah.
families to make it, pretty much. Well, they say lower middle class anywhere that's from like what, like pretty much like 58,000 to like what 100,000, something of that nature. It's lower
Right.
middle class.
Yeah, that sounds like 50. Yep, that sounds about right. I was gonna say 55, but I think 58. Yep.
But yeah, that depends on where you're at, though.
That's true. Yeah, because Florida is still, it's not like New York City at all. New York City, like to live comfortably, you got to make almost like 100K. If even if
That's if
it's
you're by yourself in New York City.
that's if you're by yourself. Like I know a few people that live by themselves that make I think about 90. I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing 80 to 90K, and they live in a very small apartment, like
Yeah.
and it's not I mean, it's not that bad, some of these places, but yeah, I mean, I guess
In a lot of them
if
places,
you
they just
hustle,
care if it's clean, and just like you said, they got all the stuff they need right around them too.
shit, convenience. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
I would need space though. Everything I seen in New York was always filthy and disgusting unless we got a hotel.
man.
Uh,
And
that's-
people like pee all over the place, and like I see why I have like a lot of family that are very OCD. Like I have family that have like this OCD level, and like it's like a mental issue, like how bad they have it. And I always felt like it was always overwhelming going to their house because like you can't step in, you got to take off your shoes, and you got to be so clean. But I see why they're like that. Like living in New York City, it's disgusting, bro. Like you're stepping all over urine and then spit and blood and feces that
I mean,
all of that,
just
all of that.
it's just crazy. Just like the church. The church was really disgusting when you think about it. Like I bet if we went in back inside the church now, with our right mind and senses, we'd be like, man, this place stinks and all types of stuff when we went in there now. We is under
Yeah.
total delusion. But that
And
stuff was always ran down.
yeah, and New York City's strange because everything is so close, and there's really no privacy. So the homeless people just be all up on you, and they're just next
Yeah.
to you, and it's not like they could hide off in some woods somewhere, like so easily like they could out here in Florida. But
Yeah, like
yeah,
like
so it's just
the
nasty.
architects of New York City, they had a very great vision but limited vision at the same time. Like, hold on, we didn't really think this shit out of how we could
Right.
have built this shit and expanded it a little bit different.
That's funny because I always say that about downtown Orlando. I used to drive Uber down there, and it's like downtown Orlando is not. They didn't think it out. Like they didn't. It wasn't thought through when they built it. Because now it's like you get trapped in there. It's like one way in and one way out, and it creates such a bad like traffic issue because they have streets that they have lanes that's only for buses, and then they're all one way, and then they close down the street, on the weekends downtown because there's so many people that spill into the streets, drunk people, that they be getting hit by cars and stuff. So they just closed down Orange Avenue. Orange Avenue is the main avenue. They closed down, so you can't go down there, and it just becomes like it's just crazy, man. Like sometimes I don't like I haven't been downtown at night on the weekend. I think it's been like 4 years, probably, man. Like it's gotten real bad down there. It's a weird mix of crazy ass drunk people from all walks of life, man. You come across up north Hispanics, you come across Mexicans, you come across down south dirty south blacks with
It's
gold teeth.
that way in every city, is what I keep on telling people. When you just check around with people you know all around, this is the norm in all these different places. And
Yeah,
everyone's just, dang, it seems like my area is changing. Well, no, it's happening in this area, that area too, which is kind of crazy. And that's why a lot of people are still scared and in cult shock, because it is a different, crazy time right now when you just look around. Like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. But is
yeah,
it more that we just have more access to it with the cameras and all this stuff? That's what I
right.
keep on telling people too. Like, some of this stuff, it's been going on. It's just you have more access to it from many different
Yeah,
lenses now.
right. Yeah, that's
So it
true.
seems amplified. And then on top of that, most of us on here that's listening, like I said, you just got out of a place that had your mind thinking totally different for a long time. So now you're coming out to reality now, like, dang, this is crazy. It's like, no, it's actually been this way. You just ain't been paying attention all these years.
Right. Because I mean, if you look at it from like the 80s, early 80s compared to now, crime has gone down. It's not as bad
Yeah.
as it used to be in the 80s. And that's crazy because it's not like there's anything that was done for that to happen. It's just like kind of naturally just been happening over time, it seems. Some people attribute it to, like, you'll always hear this. If you look it up, why has crime been going down since the 80s? They'll say because ever since unleaded gasoline has been made. Look it up. I promise you.
But when you say crime though, see, that's a vast amount of things though.
Yeah.
From drug dealing to murder to rape, aggravated assault,
Well,
carjackings, burglary.
I think I'm
That's a
focused
big
more
thing
on
when you
like,
say crime,
yeah, it's crime overall. I think it's still
because
that's
that's
still
what you hear
true.
them say. But
Uh,
has murder went down, has assaults went
yeah,
down, carjackings. That's what
yeah,
that's where I think the alarm is what crimes are being committed now.
right.
And right
Yeah,
now it's
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
mass shooting crazy, where it's more of a lot of people are getting hit at once now.
And think about this, with technology, you're going to have certain crimes that are becoming more accessible, like having underage, pornography or something, right? Like that probably is more, that crime there's more people doing that crime now through their phones and doing things whatever on little chat groups or whatever. They didn't have that in the 80s and the 70s. Couldn't do that on your phone. So that crime has probably gone up. So yeah.
Well, America's, what you, if you want to call it that, moral values definitely has went out the window. You just have to acknowledge that. Like, I still
Mhm.
say you are looking at the decay of Western society that you once used to know.
Have you seen
Because
do you see what's going on in the UK though? I've been watching, trying to follow what there's so much going on in America that is, but sometimes I like to see peek what's going on in London and in Scotland, just in the UK in general. Um
I
Ireland
can't
too.
lie, I got to
It's
get my head out of the markets. I've been like obsessed with the markets for the past 3 weeks
really
of damn moving some things around and making different moves. So I really
yeah.
have missed the UK spill.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
just had to
I
just
mean,
I just had to recently
there's a
take
lot
a
of
breather.
protests. Like there's protesting going on against the immigration, the migrants that are coming in, because the UK is worse than the U.S.
America. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh no, and I did see that what's going on because yeah, you got some of these different African nations moving up there telling this is our country now. We taking
yeah.
over.
There's a
Because the
lot of
crazy thing is, see,
Palestinians.
they have huge sections when you go over to like the UK and parts in Europe, where
This
different
this whole
immigrants are, where
this thing
you'll
that
look like, damn, this is almost, it literally is like a
yeah,
little country that
yeah.
they have now.
This whole Israel Palestine thing is causing a lot of chaos in the UK too, and then like there's Palestinians fleeing to the UK too, and they're classified as refugees, so they get benefits and they get to stay in hotels and stuff, and they get phones, like Syrians too, because there's like there's so much wars going on because of what's going on just between Palestine and Israel. Then now the
Mhm.
Yemenites, like the Druze Yemenites, they're
The
getting involved
Houthis.
now. It's
Oh,
become a little crazy. Egypt is just trying to stay the hell out of it completely, which is that's the same thing I would do. And they're not
hmm.
allowing people to travel to Palestine from Egypt to try to protest in Palestine and shit. I try to follow what's going on over there, but so then now you get a lot of Middle Eastern is what you see mostly coming to the UK. But I saw a video in France, like you mentioned France. France is crazy. Everybody goes to France, bro. You have a big
Mhm.
Albanian population in Italy and France.
Oh
Or
yeah.
Romanian, my bad.
So you got to watch that series on, what is that on? Gangs of London on I think it's on AMC
Yeah,
Plus.
I know what you're talking about.
That shows you all that, and it shows you the underworld of
Right.
London and a lot of them European countries. Up there showing you all these different immigrant players, and as well as them some of the British and all that, but of the different
Yeah.
families. But that's a good series right there. Shows you all that stuff.
Let me see what we got here. I'm gonna look something up real quick. The
But no,
ICE.
you see all this stuff going on. That's the mind of the religious fanatic, though, right now, where they're saying, you don't see all this stuff going on in the world. How can this not be the signs of the times? Israel is fighting the Palestinians. Wars and rumors of wars. Uprisings all over the world. You see what's going on in the UK. See, that's what they're going to be using.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true. That's it's a good way to get people to listen to you, and you can choose a side now. You can feel like you're on the right side. People
But
love to
that's what I just
feel like
told
they're
Son.
doing good.
I'm like, you can choose your conflict and make it fit to something you want scripturally if you want to.
For sure. For sure. And when you look at if you look at Deuteronomy 28, there's certain scriptures that don't fit, that you can't fit in certain situations. Like, and I've been saying this too lately. Whenever somebody wants to go to Deuteronomy 28, 68 or 48, 49, I'll be like, well, when did you ever go through this? You talk about some people that lived in this country and went through slavery, and you want to kind of take on their pain and anger and try to use it as some redemption now. And it's a revenge thing too. There's a revenge element behind this whole Hebrew Israelite stuff that people love. People love to watch some revenge. But yeah, there's scriptures like verse 42, I think Deuteronomy 20:42, that says, the locust shall eat all your fruits and all your trees. It's like they never try to use that scripture to show, oh, look at this curse. It's a curse on the black man in Mississippi, or I don't know, show me something where this could fit.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. We're the only people that try to take back our identity then to 5 generations back and identify it. Other people don't really do that. When they talk about we, they're generally talking their immediate family or a generation back or two. They're not trying to go back thousands of years on everything that's happened to their people or their the people they descend ancestors from thousands of years ago. Like the people that's from Germany do not damn go back to 1914 and 1944 talk about we nothing. The Japanese today don't go back to that time. Yeah, when they did this they don't go back that far. We're the only ones trying to relate to this history that you don't even know if you're connected to.
Hmm.
That's the crazy part about it.
That's like somebody that claims to be I mean, it's on a whole nother level actually, because think about the ancient, like an ancient ethnicity or ethnic group that existed. Like you can't relate to that right now. To a group that existed 2,000 years ago, living a whole different culture, living a whole different life. It's like, you can try to emulate that. You can try to do certain things to make you feel like, you are these people, but it's like you're not going to
People,
be these people.
you're
You
not
aren't.
those people. You don't have the same customs. You don't have the same diet. You don't have the same genetics anymore. You are a descendant, but you're not the original. Like that's where this stuff has to start sinking in with people.
Right.
It's
Right.
different if you can really go back and say, my bloodline is untainted. I'm not mixed and spliced with nothing, and I can go back. That's different. But for those that already know, like, dang, I actually do got these other bloodlines mingled into mine. Which ancestry do you choose then? That's what I'm saying. You can't just deny that these aren't your ancestors either. So if you got your 9% dang Switzerland that's up in you who are Dutch and all that, all right, you just deny that part too, huh? Even though it's in your DNA.
I mean, look at the
That's what I'm saying.
combination of
We really
look
have
at the
let people
clothing
send
here.
us off. That's what I'm saying. We've let people send us off with this whole identity crisis thing. Because I haven't seen someone come to this full knowledge of ethnicity and where that totally benefited you.
How
Because
these
I mean,
people address makes
look at the
this
results on the screen. Look
I
at
mean,
how
look at the
bad you're
combination
chasing this, where you just made up an
look at the
identity.
garments here.
Where is
You
that
got
even in the
denim.
Bible of that? That's what I'm saying. Where is that in the Bible you even address that with jaguar skin, jaguar leopard skin?
My man got a denim jacket over here. I don't know if that just don't look right. It don't
That's
look
what I'm
right
saying.
with
It could be
a garment
because
that
you
looks like
have.
you belong in
That's what I'm
Saudi
saying.
Arabia.
You have Western garb mixed with this Middle Eastern style, like the whole, even the pants up under it. You got army pants and fatigues and all that type stuff. Like they wore pretty much
Timberland boots.
a set of briefs up under it. Timberlands, Jordans. That really started looking
Reebok.
goofy in ICGJC when they actually
You
said
got
you no longer have to wear boots if you just have regular gym shoes. You can wear that. And you start seeing brothers fully girded with white Air Force Ones and Jordans and all that. And I was like, this looks goofy as hell in garments. I actually respected the
you got
order of
Air
the
Max.
boots.
You got Air
It looked a
Maxes
little
over here.
it looked a little bit more stylish. Yeah,
You got
the
some
Air
Saucony
Maxes.
sneakers over here. I don't know what's
Because remember,
going on.
we was clowning the brothers that was going old school style out there in the sandals and all that. At least these brothers ain't got no staffs out there though.
You got to see
No.
all the AI videos that
Oh, I just told somebody, I was like, they should have never
IUIC is
let the,
doing right
I
now.
said they should have never let the Hebrew Israelites get a hold of AI. That is dangerous right there, boy. That is dangerous. They just are totally twisting history with AI. You
Oh
see
my
the
God.
black Moses and all that. They actually had the nerve to say that I was white. Then you'll see damn Jeremiah or Job come on. Yeah, they did me the same way too, Moses. Tells you clearly, Job in 30:30, my skin is black upon me. I'm like, this is crazy right here. I told you go into an IUIC class, you'll be all messed up. They got all the ad libs up in there, the extra vocals. That's right, the bombs going off, the lions roaring in the background, the read that again, all that. You'll be totally brainwashed leaving one of those
Oh,
classes if you're not in your right mind.
these kids that are growing up in IUIC, constantly seeing these videos,
It's a total
there's
concert.
no hope for them.
That's what I'm saying. Their mind is gone, like being thoroughly educated. They got their own radio station. It's 24/7 IUIC.
I told you I went on their clubhouse, and I went at it with Asaph. I went at it with him. He showed me some love for a little while there, but then it got a little
No,
chippy at
Asaph,
the end.
no, he likes people like you. You give him something to debate about, especially on his Friday night Raw classes.
One time, I didn't even know he knew about me. One time, I went on his live, and I commented something about what he was saying on YouTube. It was like a class he was holding on the Sabbath day, and he started telling how, oh, I'm a YouTuber that used to be down with Tazadakia. He went through everything. I was like, what the hell? So I
You
went on
start thinking he
Clubhouse
was a
one time.
prophet for a second.
I had no clue he was going to be on this Clubhouse thing, because I thought it was just going to be a bunch of young cats. You know, those are the people that get on Clubhouse. So they put him on, and I was like, oh, I got to get on. And I forgot what we were going back and forth about, but he was pretty cool. He was pretty cool. Some of these cats, I don't know. They get it's always going to get a little heated. Of course, you know, these guys are very passionate about what they believe, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just the honesty and the lies and the manipulation and the semantics that they do with the scriptures is crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
I can say that IUIC, them dudes really believe in Nathaniel, but yeah, the semantics with them scriptures and the manipulation is just crazy. That's what I'm saying. If you listen to these guys, at some point you do have to realize, like, these guys are telling me what the scriptures are saying, but it's really not saying that. Like, there's clear scriptures that you're going to come across. Like, he totally added that into the scriptures. It doesn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I noticed. It's like the more you give them time to talk, it's like, all right, these dudes are now starting to explain what the Bible is saying versus
Yeah,
like any
that
other
exists.
book.
Yeah.
I can read it for myself and get my own understanding. Why is this the only one that I need someone to reiterate what it's saying to me?
You know, that's crazy. That's exactly what I was saying. Because, like, listening to the last live that we did, the live that we did last week, listening to that, like, really had me thinking today and then yesterday about how they just say a whole bunch of nothing. And if you let them talk, it's just going to be them trying to explain how this is supposed to mean that. And they never go into etymology of the word or the language, and let's see what it says. You know, it's always like some manipulation. You know, it's like they'll go into that when it serves them, but they don't you know, like what they do with Exodus 20:2. They just automatically go to that as if that's going to now mean that the word Egypt means bondage? Like, why would that mean that? That doesn't make any sense. So it's
Just
so
like
crazy how they
just
just
like
go right to that verse and
there's
just as if it's
scriptures.
just supposed to mean that, it's you got to transfer the word Egypt to mean bondage. Like, no, man.
Like there's scriptures that say Egypt is joined with them. Does that mean bondage is joined with them? Like it
Right.
doesn't work that way. Where okay, every time you read Egypt, that means bondage. It's
When
still
Joseph
talking about a
took
land in a
the
reference.
angel in the New Testament, when Jesus was born, the angel told Joseph, take Mary and take Jesus and flee to Egypt.
Into Egypt. Go into take Christ into bondage. So that's what I'm
Crazy.
saying. That is one of the lowest level of. I mean, it's just a lie. You can't even say it's biblical study. It's totally reading the Bible out of context with a totally made up understanding.
They've just been taught. They've been
And
taught to
and you
lie.
can't give it any credence or credit. That's the problem. Like there's a basic story and comprehension you can get from reading it, but when you want to go into the doctrine of what they're saying, the outcome and all that is, you're going into total madness. That's just really plain and simple.
Right.
If you take it anywhere else, then this is a crazy story that I'm reading. I get some of what it's talking about in the gist of it and what it's saying that mankind should be doing. But if I'm going any further with that, I'm tripping. That's really how you have to look at it. I'm really gonna go in and be able to explain what all these creatures with eyes all over their bodies is, thrones over here, archers over here. Like you're not going to be able to explain all that stuff. So it's like, why even play with yourself when you know that the understanding in the past always came from divine intervention, which you're not getting today. So you got to just look at it what it is. It's a book of the story, what they're saying, the creation that I've read, and we just really don't know anything else beyond that.
Was
Some
good,
people,
William Kreider.
some people, they want to hold on to it's the oracle, and I just have to get the understanding one day. I'm like, bro, that's called life. You eventually mature and come to an understanding. But if you're always looking for show me the way, yeah, it might be a long wait for you.
Yeah, tell me who I am in the Bible then. Like, I hate
it. Thank you. Well, tell
Who
me
am
who I
I?
am then. Well, then who are these people then? Brother, we don't know.
That's
Or they're
crazy.
what, or
That's
excuse
such
me,
a
they're what
crazy
they say
question,
they
man.
are. If someone tells me I am Chinese, how am I gonna look at no, brother, you're Moab? That's it's like who really sounds crazy? Yes, my family is the Ojibwe. No, brother, that's really not your history right there. Your people really came from over here. And they got damn 4 generations that they done trace back of where their people came from. Family records,
And then
heirlooms, and all types of
now
stuff
that
that they
they
passed down
read the
to them.
Bible, they read the Bible and understood it to mean that Israelites are the chosen. Of course, they're not gonna try to be anything but an Israelite. So
Exactly.
it's just
Because
like, what, you
if
want
you
me to
would have
tell you
read
you're
the
a Canaanite? You don't want to be a
and
Canaanite.
you know what's so crazy is you got people that would come into that place and get all the understanding and doctrine, then find out that they weren't Israelites according to doctrine, and still try and hang in there and sit up among the congregation. Well, I must be the chosen, deny their ancestry and all that type stuff. And it's like, brother, it doesn't even fit the doctrine. You and Minneapolis had that. This woman knew her son was Esau, technically, and you still got him up in there saluting the Torah and all types of stuff. Like, according to the doctrine, he's not going to make it if this is what you really believe. So that would be a real torment on your mind, though, too, though. Like, I really am hoping that Christ shows mercy on my son or my mother and all this stuff, because you had that too. You'd have people where their mom was Esau. Well, you still have to respect her, brother, but she is the devil. It's like that's a crazy thought process to put in somebody's head. You actually start believing that.
Yeah, like there's a good percentage of Black Americans that have like 15, 10, even 20% European blood in them, or European in them. Um, so who's to say, I mean, especially if you want to go back and if you want to like say that
It's increased over time. That's what you have to say too. Like, and it's
that's
increased
all that's
over
gonna
time.
happen. Yeah. Right,
So
right.
that's
Well, if
what
you
I'm
go back,
saying. That just like I
yeah,
keep
I mean,
on saying that the mixture, and it's about the percentages. Just like the Dominicans, you
yeah.
have a certain percentage of the native Indian of that land up on there, a certain percentage of the slave, and a certain percentage of European. With us, it's the same thing. It's just different mixtures. You're still spliced differently from the native people that came over from Africa. Just like you're spliced differently from the original native that was on them different islands. It's like that's so hard for people to process because they got this seed of your father's doctrine in their heads. Which, like I said, when you read that in Numbers, it's clearly really just telling you to take a sum and take up the count by the seed of the fathers. This is how you do it right now. This is how you get your tally. And they turned it into some doctrine thing, which is crazy. Because if that was the case, then
Crazy,
look,
man.
you still have to answer the question. How was Christ born of the tribe of Judah if he was not impregnated by Joseph? Like the $1 million question. Well, God just decided for it to be that way. If his mother was Judah, I mean, he came out with her features. I mean, people just, to me, it's this stuff is, it gets deep, but it's not as hard as what people are trying to make it. But that comes from what we were just talking about.
Look at like
It's lack of education.
you could look at like a Barack Obama. And now he has 2 daughters that are pretty much what, a quarter white. Who knows who they're gonna mix with? It's just gonna keep diluting and diluting. It's what's gonna happen. More and more people mix. Especially the way
And
this
what
country's set up.
they
There's people
they give the
mixing. People's
estimate.
been
They
mixing
give the
for years.
estimate of what 2050. They say that it'll be that minorities will now no longer be the minority in America by what 2050. That's not far off, and actually it might be that sooner than
2055,
that.
2070 was good. Brooklyn Outlaw.
Yeah, what's good?
I see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
There
you.
you
Can you
go.
hear me?
What's
My bad.
good?
I was
What's
trying to set
good?
this thing up over here. Yeah.
It's
Can you
been
hear
a
me?
while, man. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's been a.
Yeah, Miguel got
This
us
thing
on
might be a
late.
little slow.
Got us on late nights.
I see. Hold on, put my headphones in. It might be
Yeah.
better with the headphones.
Yeah, so I said
No
we have to get you
doubt.
back. We gotta get you back monetized.
Yeah, I gotta wait like till November right now.
That's why you got to open up a couple pages and do the what's some of the other pages that pay for that pay you for this, like
Yeah, I
the
mean,
YouTube.
that TikTok is pretty good. I'm able to monetize on Instagram now. I just got able to monetize on Instagram, but it's a little different the way it works there. You have to get like a brand or something. I don't know. I gotta look more into that Instagram stuff. But you can make money on any of these things, man. Really, I made money on what's it called? Vimeo, is it? No, not Vimeo. Damn, now I forgot the name of the site. But they bought they gave me 50% of the royalties for a video that I recorded of an opossum, a mother opossum with like 7 babies. I
Yeah, I
put it on
seen that
TikTok.
joint.
Yeah, it got like millions of views on TikTok, man. It went crazy on TikTok.
I actually hate opossums. Them mugs is damn some hideous, damn nasty looking animals to me.
They're actually
But
pretty clean. I
yeah,
didn't
I
know
heard
that
that
because
too.
they're nocturnal
Someone said they
scavengers.
don't. Someone said they don't carry rabies and all that type stuff. I was
Nah,
like,
they're
them
bad,
bugs
bro. They're
look like
very clean, bro.
that is
They're
crazy.
very. I don't know how it doesn't make sense because they're scavengers, but they keep themselves very clean somehow. And they're blind, man. They can't see. They go by sound. You can see it in the video. The possum bumps bumps
Hold
into
on, man. I think you just seen a blind opossum. I don't think opossums is
nah.
blind. Hold on.
Opossums are either
I'm, they're
blind or can
nocturnal.
barely see.
No,
I think they're like entirely blind or they can barely see. I know that a possum didn't see me. When you see the
let me
video,
see.
it didn't see me. It was walking up
No,
towards me.
they're nocturnal, so they have very poor eyesight in daylight, and they see significantly better at night as they're nocturnal animals. That's why their pupils are always dilated. So if you
Mhm.
seen it in the daytime, yeah, it was all damn
No,
blinded in it.
I seen it in the nighttime, and I know for sure that the possum didn't know I was there. It walked up close to me, and I was being very quiet. Just I forgot what I was doing.
Well,
I think I was just on my phone, like typing something or editing maybe. But
you
but
better.
they have very good they have very good hearing, and it heard me like when I moved because it was walking towards me, and as soon as it heard me move, it ran away and it ran into a pole, and then it kept running. You can see the video, so I recorded all of that. That shit. It was nighttime, so I don't know. It couldn't see even at nighttime.
And no, they're
Yo, can
not
you hear me
complete.
now?
They ain't
Yeah,
complete immune to rabies. They're just resistant, highly resistant to it. Because I was gonna say, them must be freaking out and tripping out like raccoons sometimes. Like they get some little crazy disease that almost makes them like zombified type shit. So you got to watch that when you see it. It's comfortable getting close to you and walking up on you and stuff. Like that
right.
mug might be about to trip out up on you, especially your raccoons.
Oh yeah, I remember the
So
site now. Viral Hog. You could sell your videos on Viral Hog. You get some money on there too. That's how I sold
I,
that video. I had to get an account on there and all of that. So yeah, they put my opossum video on there, and on there it didn't even get that many views. It only got like 20,000 views or something like that, or 30,000 views, and they got millions of views on the TikTok. So whatever. But yeah, I don't know, bro.
How long y'all been on, man?
I've been
Four
chilling,
4 hours. I've been on for
shooting the
four and a
breeze.
half hours.
Yeah, Miguel, like I said, got me up on this late dang joint.
You ain't got to work tomorrow, son?
Oh
Yeah, I gotta
no, I
work,
don't.
and
See.
I don't know why I've been like sleeping after I get home from work, and then I don't feel tired. I keep doing this every day, and it's
That's why I
fucking
keep
up my
telling
whole
you. You got to invest in the different altcoins. You'll be able to retire. You keep on
schedule.
playing with the market. That's why I've been
I haven't
obsessed.
been
I
looking
I,
at
I
none
had
of
to
that
take a
stuff.
break.
Yeah, I took a long break.
So,
I don't know.
Uh,
what's going on in Hebrew Israelite news? What's been going on? I don't keep up with this shit no more. What's up with it?
the death of the nation. That's what you call it. You're looking at the death of a nation.
Oh, really?
That
You've been in that stage for a minute. This ain't
yeah.
new.
Look, the brothers they doing it to themselves though. They just like to die slowly. That's just what it is. It's like the fight. They're still trying to put up a fight. It's like Miguel was saying. They just, if you know ICJC, they really are like That's just life support. You're looking at the Walking Dead right there. But these
They're
other
fighting the
groups,
good fight.
these other groups, they still trying to put out a little kick. You still see Zabak and them out there going strong, and LOZ down there in Florida, and Johanna the third in command, and all that. So they still out here doing what they
Hey,
do.
speaking of that, what happened to Gorilla Hebrew with all that controversy shit? Like, I didn't know what was going on. I knew just some pegging shit is all I heard. What was going on with that?
Gorilla Hebrew is back 8 Trey Hoover criminal now. He's back gangbanging now.
He's trying to be like a podcaster now and just talk about gang shit and weird hood shit. He doesn't even want to talk about Hebrew Israelite stuff no more.
He's not gonna last long.
He got
And
embarrassed.
the crazy thing is, I watch everything. Like I'll be on YouTube watching literally everything, so I keep up with all that type stuff too. Anything from history to dang what's going on in LA and all that. So it amazes me seeing him up on there talking about that, because he was showing up on my feeds, and I kept on putting stuff on his page, and he kept on erasing my comments.
Yeah, he's not gonna last long. The Lord's gonna kill him, brother. He ain't gonna last long talking about gang stuff. The Lord's gonna get him, brother.
Depending on what he's
See,
getting into, he might get caught up in there.
We were wondering about 45 minutes ago who you're calling, and now
Yeah, this is a vocab went out.
we know you were calling your backup. So these are the slackers who didn't come. He said, "Get down."
It's a box camp on Times Square. I guess.
Man with health problems still out here.
Why does this keep?
I don't know why I haven't went on Vocab's show yet. It invited me a minute ago, and I just never went on his show.
Yeah,
you seen
I
how
haven't.
the Most High took out the chief bishop, 42 shield general, top officer of Captain 22, Hulk Hogan.
No,
He took out the
the
biggest
10-year-old
Israelite. Remember?
the 10-year-old me was devastated over that, but the 45-year-old me was like, nah, I really ain't tripping off Hogan being gone.
Well, you know he was an Israelite because he said brother all the fucking time.
Oh, really? I see. What was it?
Yelling at people on a
One of the
Saturday.
twins did call him nigga too. Forgot which one it was. Booker T.
He's gone now. Hey, did you hear the commercial? Not the commercial, my bad. The comedian that said that he wondered when Hulk Hogan died, did the ambulance come in and lift his arm 3 times to see if he was out for real? Did you see that?
No, I missed that one.
The comedian said, I wonder if they lifted Hulk's arms 3 times to see if he really gave up, if he gave up the spirit or not.
No, that's only certain people gonna put that out there. You know, Hulk Hogan. They would have caught
What
some
did
backlash.
What are they saying? Happened with Malcolm Jamal Warner?
They said swimming death, but then you got your conspiracy theorists. I don't even tap into that one.
They said that the Jewish people killed him because he was trying to buy NBC or something. I don't know.
Them are some of the most dangerous waters. Them are some of the most dangerous waters you can swim in. That's already proven.
Yeah, for sure, man.
They said that like them riptides and all that over there by Costa Rica is nothing to play with.
And that was on the Pacific side too, on the Pacific side of the coast, not on the Gulf of America.
So I'm saying you're telling me
gotta
Jewish
stop,
people
man.
that they sent a riptide to sweep him out miles out. Okay. Yeah,
Nah,
like
they
I
gotta
said,
stop playing with people,
that
man.
believe in this weather control technology and all this type stuff.
That's the new
Y'all gotta stop this
that's the
stuff,
new
man.
movement right there.
You
The people
gotta
that
stop
believe in
this
that.
stuff, man. Yeah, brother, they can send the hurricane in there. All right, brother.
Yeah. All the floods. I was watching this video.
You see the Chinese?
Video.
They created a cloud
that's why I stay
that
off
caused
of TikTok.
rain.
That's why I stay off of TikTok, because they got all them conspiracy theories and stuff. They be talking about
That
and
is
then they want to
crazy that there's
erase
so
all the
much shit
history.
out here. There's so much shit out here, you literally don't know what to believe at times. Like, all right, now they got, just like you said, the AI shits. if you're not versed in no real history and all that type stuff, your whole perception of life will be damn fucked up. Damn, looking at where they're getting ready to take this stuff. Like I said, you got a dude like that, like you got on the screen, that's good with that AI, brother. He can damage some minds. Yeah, vocab, he ain't backing down, but yeah, I might still have to take him up on getting up on his show because this is still his content. He's just dug into this Israelite thing. Like I'm just gonna attack
Yeah,
this group until I see this thing fall.
he's all in, man. I
That's his
mean,
passion.
it's the gift that keeps on giving, man. There's just so much material to get. You know, there's just Hebrew Israelites are just
I mean,
constantly
it
saying
makes
crazy
sense
stuff.
because vocab's getting a little check from going after these dudes. I know his page is monetized well. He's getting good views. So he gets him a nice little YouTube check from this stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
That
okay. You know,
content creation.
he told me something one time that made me get a good idea of what you got to do to kind of make, you know, some good money, because he knows some people that have certain amount of subscribers that are pretty good. So he was just telling me how much work goes into it, you know. And you can look it up. There's a YouTuber that breaks down how much money he makes and how much video and time he puts in, and he's barely cracking $30,000 at 100,000 something subscribers. So, you know, if you ain't making no more than 30K, you're really down in the lower class. You're in the lower class there, you know. And if you got if you have 100,000 subscribers, I'm guessing, I mean, I don't know how that works out. It's the ads work all different. You know, they'll give you a different amount of money depending on how you click on the video, you know, how long you watch it, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they tighten it down. It's not as much of a free for all, but if you put out a lot of content,
yeah,
and you're getting the views, that's actually what's really
yeah,
paying the bag. It's not even necessarily the
yeah.
subscribers, because you got
Yeah,
people that's
but
making good
now
money.
that's a full-time job sometimes, you know, to get a good edited video. And you gotta sometimes you gotta you know, I see some of these YouTubers, they get video editors to help them because they have to constantly put out videos, and you know that's how you
I
do it.
just
And
put it this I'll
you have to
put it
flood
this way.
YouTube, man.
Your man Gorilla, he ain't trying to switch into new content for no reason. Man, he's still trying to eat the way he was with his when he's doing with his Sakari movement. Because you got to think about it. You know, he took a
Yeah.
big financial hit by having to step down as head of Sakari. So he's looking for his next hustle right now. And he's like, man, I don't want to be sitting there working at some Subway. Ain't you Gorilla Hebrew? So he wants to still be there where he can sit, create his content, and still collect money, have some clout, and all that. That whole Hebrew Israelite thing it really is a big clout thing where people's egos really get the best of them up in that stuff. He still doesn't want to get off the camera and out of the spotlight.
I mean, he loves to talk. That's one thing. But that's good if you're a YouTuber or a podcaster, you trying to make it on social media, you gotta talk your ass off. But
Yeah, that's what
I
some people
mean,
just like. It ain't their passion. Like they do it for a hobby, but like, brother, I don't
it's
want to be on this mug 24/7.
yeah, I mean, it's that people are constantly on their phones and they get most of their news from their phones and social media and everything. I mean, I'm talking about weather and everything. Like I see TikTokers, TikToker weathermen, you know, they just do straight weather, you know, and they get mad views, bro. You know, like this is what people do, is that they you know, they're not even watching TV or reading magazines or newspapers like they used to. They're
If you look up a damn opossum on YouTube now, that shit will have 2.3 million views. They're probably the same thing you put up all your thing. They just had their page set up right. And they're like, damn, my
Yeah.
damn shit went damn double platinum.
Yeah, I gotta like spread out to different platforms is what I gotta do, because I try to be on TikTok. TikTok, I don't know what it is. It's weird. Sometimes the algorithms are weird, and Instagram, I could get a lot of views sometimes. So I'll definitely throw stuff on Instagram, but Facebook is like dead, man. I don't know. It's so weird. Like I guess it's probably the way my settings are set up. Because I know I made it public one time, but I'm like, I don't want to make my Facebook public. So I just have the San Miguel TV channel or Facebook page, separate. So I don't really, post. Sometimes I'll post on my joint, but yeah, but it's a lot, man, to only be making, 30 to whatever $1,000 a year to be a full-time YouTuber, social media presence and all of that, and you got to create videos every day, bro, and constantly be in the spotlight. It's a lot, man. That's a lot. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
No, it's a
Yes.
good little. I'd rather do like a good little side thing, because sometimes you don't have to be so consistent. If I put out a video or two every week, it's something good there. I mean, it's always going to be there too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But social YouTube is weird with the old videos. It's like it's really hard for old videos to start getting suggested all of a sudden. It's got to like be some wave or something, like some, because there's so much videos being posted to YouTube. The old videos just go down to the bottom, man. Nobody's ever gonna see it unless they're searching for it, or going through your YouTube channel. That's pretty
Right.
much it. Yeah. I got to
But now
get my own little
when
website
you
though.
look back on some of these older videos, though, you'll see the views go up gradually, though,
Yeah.
because people
Yeah.
still do stumble across some of these older videos.
Right. Yep. I think I want to
Because
get my own little
even our
site.
original shows numbers still actually go up, and you'll see them. You go back in recent comments, there'll be some things from like a few weeks ago.
Right. Yeah, sometimes I'll go back to my old videos and look through the comments and see. Sometimes people are just recently this year or a few months ago posted a comment that they just recently left or something. Sometimes I got to go back and check it because I don't always get notified. Because there's people leaving to this day, man. I wouldn't be surprised if they were on this live stream earlier or right now.
No, because actually, a lot of those, I keep on saying it, a lot of those younger kids, especially in ICJC, they starting to wake up and see that stuff is not happening. And they're looking like, man, I'm not about to actually waste my life. I still got to go to school and other type stuff. So some of them is waking up and reaching out, though, and just leaving. Just like the young man, you haven't heard from the brother, the one that left not too long ago, and he was going over to the army. The one that yeah, I don't want to put him out there too much, but the one that had hooked us up with some information. Yeah,
Right.
you remember he was young and his parents had raised him in the place, and he just got tired of it. And I'm trying to remember where he's from, but I know he was going out to the army, I believe.
Oh, the brother Chris in Miami.
Yeah, exactly.
South Florida. Yeah. He's yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's I mean, it's the ICGJC, man. It's like that place has been falling apart, so the kids probably don't see a good future. It just seems boring and it's pointless and endless, going nowhere. Just it's no point, man. People the only way they try to, I mean, one of the best ways they try to keep these people in is when there's disastrous times, and then all this protesting and Trump trying to crack down on crime, and people are going to get mad, and then the anti-protesters come, and you're going to have all this chaos that's being recorded, it's gonna be a good way for them to try to be like, yo, look at all this chaos going on. Tazadak prophesied about this. You know, this is it right here. This is you better stay locked in, or else God is gonna chew you, spit you out if you lukewarm. So yeah, it's. I mean, if you ain't got nothing going on, if you don't see the growth, it's gonna make you not really be into what this whole movement, and it's a movement like that's what Gorilla Hebrew was saying. He's like, this is a movement, and people were getting mad that he was calling it a movement, but that's exactly what it is. I'm like, what? This guy is saying, the quiet part out loud or something, because it's not, isn't it supposed to be your identity and your culture and your nationality or whatever? But now all of a sudden it's you don't want to be a part of it because it's just a movement. Like
No, he had to
it
face
is
the
I believe
reality.
it. Of course, I believe it's a movement. You believe it's a movement, but they're not supposed to believe it's a movement. They were supposed to believe it's more than that. It's like a revolution. I don't know, but yeah, that's the thing with these movements. It's like this little church, this ICGJC. There's nothing going on, so now this movement is dead. There is no movement. It is what it is now. It's gonna be a little piece of shit, 700 member church or whatever worldwide. It's what's so
It's a
special?
Yahweh ben Yahweh status.
Yeah, there's nothing
That's where they're
special
gonna go, because Yahweh
about
ben Yahweh,
ICGJC.
his stuff eventually kind of went into obscurity. Like you might run into a straggler from that place every damn purple moon, but you're not that place is pretty much done. Like, I bet you can't even find that much information on them on the internet aside from the history of the downfall of that place. So the ICJC is about to be the same way pretty soon.
Yeah, I
I mean,
googled them and
there
I,
was too
I
much
couldn't.
that was
I googled the
invested in
ICGJC and
Tazadakia.
couldn't really find anything recent. That one story from Religion Unplugged. I forget the name of the kid, or not the kid, but the young brother that jumped off the roof or something. Jumped out the window and killed himself, or I forget his name. He was in the ICGJC from Brooklyn.
Oh, the one that was the
Damn,
bishop.
I forgot his name. Somebody will put it in the comment section, maybe. Kim Lubrin. Kim Lubrin, right?
I think you said he was a bishop. He was I'm trying to remember. He was like afraid he was going to get put out or something like that.
I got 20 calls.
Let's go to.
Now, this is coming from you that came from the FBI. You just said that all of my cars is in the church's name. Which means I don't have cars. That means the churches have cars.
I'm trying to remember what's the name of my video where I'm talking about Tazadakia's spending habits. What video is that, man? Shit. I want to end it at least with that, because it's been like 5 hours now and we can't keep this going forever. I gotta be up by 6:30.
$6:30. And it's what, 2:30 your time?
Bow, 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 bow. I think Jarari's down for the count. That Cincinnati story is crazy too, with the Hebrew Israelite that started that whole fight. Well, he didn't start it. I guess he instigated some of it. But Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites as a whole, I don't know.
Look at what we have here.
I don't
Am
know
I
what
going to cut off?
During a violent attack.
Right now, the seventh
yeah.
suspect in that
I think you were on mute,
downtown
maybe.
brawl appears in court. The
That's
FBI
crazy.
arrested 38-year-old Patrick.
I didn't hear you for a
in
minute
Atlanta
there.
earlier this
Yeah, I
month,
was
and he
saying stuff and all that. I
extradited
forgot
back
what
here
I
to
was
Hamilton
even
County.
mentioning now.
Today, a judge said he believed
Okay.
to be an alleged main
What was I
instigator
talking about?
of the injuries to one of the victims. So,
Anyways, yeah, that was that Cincinnati thing.
Had to go and smash the last of this brisket and chicken from the other day. That was
I'm hungry,
crazy.
but I
They
cannot.
they literally
eat.
had us thinking it was a sin to grill on certain days.
That's crazy.
Like, brothers, Labor Day, brother. What you grilling for today, brother? Because I got the day off and it's pretty sunny outside and nice right now, sir.
Doing worldly things. You're doing the things of the world.
Brother, the Lord hates these feast days, brother. What are you doing? I'm just grilling
He
some
hates
couple of hamburgers, brother. That's not a feast. Some hamburgers and hot dogs, I think, is good, and it's all beef.
Yo, God is mad because people are barbecuing, man. That is crazy.
I mean, what God are you sacrificing to? The Labor Day God, brother. All right, one brother, you say Thanksgiving, you're worshiping the turkey god, and the turkey is your idol.
Hmm.
Like, how do you eat the idol? that made no sense. And brothers know damn well when you was in the dang cult, you pretty much went dang years without eating any good roast or baked turkey because the only time you really was eating turkey is Thanksgiving.
That's right. Yeah.
So you really, unless you was eating cold cuts or something like that, you wasn't getting no good roast turkey in for dang decades at times.
Nah, you got to go to Busch Gardens and get the big turkey leg. That's what I do. Every time I go to Busch Gardens, I get the big ass turkey leg.
Brother, that ain't comparing to that Thanksgiving roast turkey. Stop it, brother.
Man, yo, my wife did a jerk turkey one time for Thanksgiving.
Oh my goodness. I did a few of them too. Them mugs be on fire, boy.
That thing was amazing, man.
Amazing.
She kept basting it too and kept it nice and moist. That thing came out perfect, man.
I did one in the oven one
Thanksgiving.
time, and I smoked one another time, and then that mug came out perfect both times.
Yeah.
Yep, the jerk turkey. They don't know nothing about that. Yes, sir. Yep, the wifey knew what she was doing with that one.
I'm gonna throw on this video real quick. The Rich Life of Tazadaki. I don't know if you ever seen this video right here. This was done by a sister that was it was this mother of a sister that was in the church or something. And she was never in the cult, but she was on that Facebook group early. She made this video right here.
Brooklyn Outlaw was just stopping through real quick, huh?
This is like some of Tazadaki's stuff. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get. I was trying to get that. All these.
They ain't gonna like you. They ain't gonna like
$5,300,000.
me. I be getting to the money. Everybody, man. I think I'm getting too much money. Everybody, man.
Copyright this video.
Same old nigga from the block. Same old nigga with the pot.
2014 Kawasaki.
Nigga from the trap. Everybody hated on him, then he bounced right back. I just spent a whole lot of time overseas. Never lit my money cause you know I want cheese. I've been in my hometown playing with the keys when they fell off the
living it up at the Dude Ranch.
I know it's a whole lot of bitches that was taken. So I shut the
Hackensack,
niggas
New
up.
Jersey,
38. I was knew that I was sick, so I had to
That's
stay patient.
Philly,
Taking over
35.
summer, nigga, tell me what's the bid.
Hackensack, New
Still
Jersey,
cuffing niggas, tell me what it is. You ain't paying no bills,
Florida,
paying no
13,000.
bags, paying no heels. Goddamn, let a bitch live.
Athens,
All I see is
19,000.
20s, 50s, 100s.
Private
If it ain't quarter meal, fuck the whip. I don't want it, about to make this nigga sick.
Oh, it's balling off of church funds.
Everybody mad. Think I'm getting too much money. Everybody mad. Same old nigga from the block. Same old nigga with the pot.
I think that was all on that damn on that whole indictment. I profile it.
Fast life, OT, I'ma live it up. Now my ex-girl tryna make me jealous cause she got a new nigga. She don't know that I don't give a fuck. I got me a deal, but I'm still in the street. Heard a couple niggas talking like they got beat. They forgot sesame, teriyaki sauce with the rice on the side. Sweaty pussy nigga sweet. I got all this money on my motherfucking mind. Diamonds in my dial, I can't even see the time. All my niggas pull up, please don't let me bang the line. And they super extra when them niggas off the line. All I know is blood, Crips, I'm a west side nigga, don't get it fucked up. Nigga sick cause they thought I
can't listen to the rest of that.
Your man was living pretty lavishly.
Yeah, it was you know, he knew he didn't have much time to live, so he wanted to live it up before he was gone. Maybe.
Yeah, Tyler's really he still accumulated good I don't think he cleared quite 50 million, but he definitely got up in there probably in the close to tens of millions though.
Right.
Almost
right.
probably a good 10 milli.
Gotcha.
Because you got to think he was at times where Boys to Men was up in there too, paying tights and stuff too. So he had some high moments. Yeah, but no, brother, I'm getting ready to let you go ahead and lay it down, brother. You got work in the morning. I don't. So that being said, that makes a huge difference. I'm gonna get up
close it
and
out.
make me
I'm
some
gonna close it out.
good little breakfast. Salute to the people until the next show. Miguel, I'll holler at you a little bit later, bro.
It's something like finding feathers on a house cat or searching for a needle in a haystack. I guess I'll just keep on loving you.
I hear the people talk, whistling when you walk. Your kind is hard to find. Darling, I'm glad you're mine. Just wanna let you know now, I'll never let you go. I'm cool as I can be, knowing you're blown to me, and I'm loving you. Ooh, in the morning, loving you. Hey, baby, in the evening, I'm loving you. You're all there is, and then some. You call me on the phone, say, Johnny, what's going on? Listen, I jump off in my ride quick, 'cause I want you by my side. Now I can hardly wait till I get to your gate. Nothing could break our date, 'cause baby, you take the cake. Loving you. Ooh, in the morning, I'll never leave you alone. You gave me a Jones. I'm hooked just on your hug. A junkie now for your love. Now I can hardly wait till I get to your gate. Nothing could break our date, 'cause baby, you take the cake. I say, loving you, ooh, in the morning, loving you.
All right, y'all. Thank you for watching San Miguel TV. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for staying up late. Stop going off. Shabbat Shalom Yum. We are down to the last 40 seconds. It's 2:45. I need to brush my face. I'm not going to eat. It's not good to eat before you go to sleep. It's not good to eat after a certain time. Try to keep that energy, good health, smart choices. Work hard. Love your family. And love yourself. Have a good night. Peace.